Had to change our program schedule for tonight. Coming up next is the CBS Mystery Theater. Then at 11:25 tonight, The World Tomorrow. And at 11:55, you can hear The Shadow.
Well, here we are again, 7:30 in the morning and sitting in another traffic jam. Oh, I know the boss is really going to be mad. There's a meeting this morning, and I know I'm going to be late. Well, finally, we're moving. Oh, no, not a yellow light just ahead. Well, maybe I can make it across. Whew. Oh, I made it. That was pretty close. Oh, here we go again, sitting in more traffic. Hey, great. Hey, I can go. Whoops. Too fast. Almost got you up there.
Commuters like this cause accidents, while carpools contribute to safety. A carpool of 4 eliminates 3 cars from the street. And if we were all to carpool, traffic congestion would be eliminated. Best of all, think of the fuel and money you'd save. For carpool information, call KRLD or Carpool, 741-1354.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What is blood? Well, that all depends. To some, blood is a cause for pride. To others, blood is a reason for prejudice. Blood. Mysterious blood. It unites us. It divides us. Ironic, isn't it? When you consider that everyone's blood is the same. Well, practically.
Now he must slow down, see? The road ahead is under construction.
Are you sure this is the car?
I'm sure. Hand me the rifle.
Are you sure?
I can see him sitting next to his driver. I swore I'd kill him. Now he belongs to me. Now! I missed him. How could I miss?
You didn't miss. Couldn't you see the shells bounce off? His car is plated with armor. His glass is bulletproof. It's impossible, Anthony. You'll never be able to get him.
I'll kill him, Vincent. Somewhere, somehow, I'll kill him.
Our mystery drama, The Only Blood, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Howard Da Silva. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
You've been hearing some pretty lavish claims recently about miles per gallon. We'd like you to consider something equally important, and that's range. Range is the miles per gallon multiplied by the number of gallons your car's tank holds. Range is what makes the Buick Apollo such a special small car. It comes from coupling the Apollo's economical 6-cylinder engine with a standard 21-gallon tank. It holds a lot, but it doesn't use a lot. Look into the Apollo. It's the Buick of small cars.
Hello, this is Goldilocks. It seems like only yesterday that I was a little girl tasting porridge. You know, this one's too hot. This one's too cold. And now I conduct taste tests on diet drinks. And there's one I must tell you about. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up. It has a fresh, natural, delicious taste. It drives my taste-o-meter crazy. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This one's just right.
Louise.
What?
Is this your handiwork in the family album? What is this? There's a caption, Junior wins the diving championship.
I know.
There's no picture here.
I know there's
I
no
didn't
picture.
take a picture.
I'm well aware of that.
I ran out of film.
It's just my way of telling you that, you run out of film or you forget to bring the camera an awful lot.
I know.
I mean, we have no baby picture of Alice at all.
We don't have a baby named Alice. What are you doing with
I know that.
Just
I'm
play
just
me.
trying to remind you that we should go out and buy some Kodak film and have it on hand.
I know.
Just in case we have a baby named Alice.
Don't run out of Kodak film.
You can never tell when that great picture will come along. Remember to keep enough film on hand. Kodak film, for the times of your life.
Louise,
What?
Here's a picture with no caption, right?
Yeah.
I mean, who are these people?
I don't know.
remember
I never
who they
saw
are.
them before.
I don't either. You know what you should do?
What?
You should go out and get some captions and keep them on hand in case you run out of captions.
They came by the millions to America. They came wearing a rainbow of costumes and speaking a babble of tongues. Frightened by the strangeness of marvelous, mysterious America, they huddled together for security in clusters of kinfolk, landsleit goombas, to begin the often slow and sometimes painful process of becoming Americans. And this is a story of one of them, a man named Anthony Boda. And it happened some 40 years ago in a large East Coast city.
You're not hungry tonight, Anthony.
Oh, yes, I'm really very hungry.
You haven't eaten a bite.
I was thinking.
Oh, about what?
Well, I'm not sure.
Look, you always tell me later. Well, this time, tell me sooner.
$10 is missing.
$10?
Yes.
How is that possible?
Well, you know, thanks to Lewis, we now have a cash register in the store.
I was always opposed to it.
The boy is right. It's the modern way. It's how things are done in America.
But when you kept the money in a drawer, nothing was ever...
When we kept the money in a drawer, we never knew. How could we tell? This way, every time you take in money, it prints on a paper. At the end of the day, the paper tells you how much money you should have.
Oh, well then, perhaps...
Perhaps what?
Perhaps the paper is wrong.
Impossible. No, what troubles me is it's always $10.
What do you mean, always?
Well, not only is it always $10, but it's always missing on a Friday night.
I tell you, it's that machine.
Oh, for the last 6 weeks. Could it be that Lewis...
Oh, no. Your own son? Your only son?
I don't know what to think.
Throw out that machine.
Go have your lunch, Lewis.
Oh, I promised the lady she could have her shoes at 1 o'clock.
No, I'll finish for you. Go. Mama doesn't like it when anybody's late to eat.
Hello, Louie.
What can I do for you, Chuck?
You gotta hand over a fin.
Listen, could we talk about this later?
What's later? I'm here now. Get it up.
Lewis, who is this man? What does he want?
Pop, it's just a
No
little...
reason why you shouldn't introduce me to your old man. The association likes to know all its customers.
What association is this, Lewis?
Pop, I can explain everything later. I saw you last night, Charlie.
Yeah, I know. But the executive board held a meeting this morning. You know how prices are going up everywhere. Like, for instance, what are you paying for leather today? You see what I mean? So, with your overhead and everything, we got to go from 10 to 15.
But I don't have the...
Louie, I want to be your pal. But you know how it is.
All right. Here you are.
Lewis, what are you doing?
Papa, please.
Keep smiling, Pop. Everybody smiles today. Look at this fiver here. Even Lincoln's smiling. Shows you've done a good thing. See you next week. Same time, same station.
So, this is what happens to the $10.
I was hoping you wouldn't find out.
You were hoping what? That maybe I can't add? Count?
I used to pay from my own pocket, but lately I...
So, we belong to the association. For what reason?
Because we have to.
We have to?
Everybody belongs. Every shop in the street.
My son, it is quite possible that you have forgotten who you are. Let me remind you. You are not a sheep who follows. You are a man who leads.
Papa, you don't understand.
I understand quite well. We had these bandits in the old country, too. When several rode up to our farm, my father shot them.
No, Papa, you don't understand.
I understand this, my son. I didn't come to this country to live on my knees. Vincent?
Well, I can see. Here is a man who carries the troubles of the entire world on his shoulders.
You learn something every day.
What did you learn today?
I learned that men who appear to be strong, proud, and honest are afraid to join their hands together.
I will also turn you down.
Vincent?
These are not just street hoodlums, Anthony. They work for a powerful man, an important man.
A bandit chief?
Perhaps. But here he is respected. He stands well with the politicians. His name is Al Carley.
But how?
Anthony. Certain things are the same in every country.
But there is a principle.
Yes. At first, I too felt bad to pay these dogs for protection. And then there were fights. People were afraid to come in.
But it's wrong.
I see it as just another tax. But this time, I get what I pay for.
You mean you will not fight these swine?
Come, Anthony, what is it? A few dollars? It won't make you, it won't break you.
I see. Well, I will fight him alone.
Anthony.
I must say the chicken is the finest you ever made.
I wanted this to be the best supper in your life.
Is that true? Why?
Because it could very well be your last supper.
Oh, and what does that mean?
Louis has been talking to me about the association.
And what right does our Louis have to worry his mother with business matters? Since when is a woman to be concerned
Louis
with...
is frightened.
Why?
Anthony, there is no way in the world you can defy these thieves.
This is America. Here one does not have to fear.
There is a man named Al Carley. He is what is known as a boss.
He is not my boss. I could never look at myself in the mirror if I bowed down to scum like that.
You will pay these people.
Maria, are you telling me how to run my business?
You will pay these people.
Never.
Promise.
I'll think about it.
Promise.
Very well, I promise.
Papa?
What is it?
I don't think you should be here.
No.
No, Papa, because...
Yes? Because?
He'll be here any minute, and well...
And you would rather I did not witness the shameful transaction that will take place, huh?
You don't have to be involved with it.
You mean I should pretend this thing does not exist, huh?
Okay, Papa, okay. It's just that you've got a short fuse, and I'm afraid one word could lead to another, and, well...
I must see this with my own eyes. Besides, it's already too late. The jackal is at the door.
Well, happy days to Anthony Boda and Son, as the sign reads on the window.
I will pay the money, Louis.
Well, this is a gloomy-looking group. What's the matter? No hello? No how are you? No house tricks? Where's all this old-world courtesy I used to hear about?
Yeah, take your money and get out.
What's eating you, Pop?
I don't like to be called Pop by a common thug.
Listen, Pop. Maybe I better smarten you up.
Chuck, he doesn't mean it.
Now, you don't mean it, do you, Pop?
I never spoke a word I didn't mean.
Well, then, that calls for this. I only want to teach you manners, Pop. Now, do you apologize? Or do I knock out your teeth? Louis, explain to your father what the score is.
Papa, please.
Louis, explain why you stand by while this animal strikes your father.
What could he do about it?
He could do this. And this.
No, Papa, don't hit him again.
I'll kill you.
Papa, he has a gun.
I see. Drop it. Drop it. Drop the gun. I'll break your arm. I said to let go of the gun.
What are we going to do now, Papa?
Summon a taxi cab. We will deposit this refuse, this human garbage, at the police station.
Mr. Boda, I'd like to talk to you in private, okay?
About what, officer?
Well, that's why we better talk in private. This way, huh? Sit down, please, Mr. Boda.
Thank you.
I'm Sergeant Carey. Each and every word I'm about to say to you is off the record. If you ever quote me, I'll swear I never said it. Understand?
What is there to understand?
Here's the situation. I'm on duty at the desk. You come in with this badly beat-up hoodlum.
You know he's a hoodlum.
Yeah. He's got a small reputation. But that's all I know. And you say you want to press charges.
By all means.
We only have your word that he tried to shake you down.
And the word of my son and all the shopkeepers in the neighborhood. We can have this...
Suppose all the neighbors dummy up. Suppose they don't want to get involved.
You? An officer of the police? Are you telling me I must submit to this?
No. I'm just trying to give an honest man the same break we give a criminal. When a crook is brought in, we inform him of his rights.
But I still don't see why I must listen.
Al Carley is your enemy. Not that small-time hood. Al Carley's got judges, politicians, businessmen in his hip pocket.
And policemen, too?
I wouldn't doubt it.
Then it's time that pocket was slashed open. And those vermin were exposed to the light of day.
If you bring charges, you'll have the best lawyers money can buy.
Sergeant, thank you for your kindness, but we're wasting time.
Okay. Do this. You say the man you brought in is the collection guy for the neighborhood?
Yes.
Call some of your friends. See if they'll come down and identify him. See if they'll sign affidavits.
Of course they will. All it required was one man to lead the way. How can they refuse me now? Do it as required, Sergeant. Place this animal behind bars.
There is no doubt that Anthony Boda is a man of strong courage and firm convictions. But he may be just a little bit unaware of the qualifications for leadership. We will consider leaders and followers when I return shortly with Act 2.
Ever see a beer drinker pour his beer real easy down the side of the glass? Maybe you do it yourself. If so, the Budweiser brewmaster thinks you're missing something, especially if you're a Budweiser drinker. You see, Bud is brewed, so it will kick up a healthy head of foam. Exclusive beechwood aging and natural carbonation make it a lively brew. Well, anyway, pouring Bud plunk down the middle of the glass helps bring out the best in that clean white Budweiser foam and real beer aroma. It also helps you get the full benefit of a taste, smoothness, and drinkability you'll find in no other beer at any price. Remember, brewing beer right does make a difference. Next time, pour that Budweiser right down the middle and see for yourself. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
You can paint your home in the same muted earth tone colors our colonial ancestors used to paint theirs. Hi, Frank Lieber here to tell you about True Value Hardware Store's True Test Supreme Latex House Paint. It comes in 24 Jamestown colors, like salmon gold, Chelsea blue, and Samoset gray. The colonials used dyes from roots and barks and mixed them with buttermilk of all things to achieve those colors. True Test Supreme Latex House Paint puts those same kind of colors into a rich, easy-to-apply latex. Latex, with the durability of a fine oil-based paint. It covers most surfaces in one coat. It resists stains, mildew, blistering, and smog. And it dries quickly, in just 30 minutes. Painting tools clean up in soap and water. True Value Hardware Stores have True Test Supreme Latex House Paint in 24 earth tone Jamestown colors and white. True Test Supreme Latex House Paint. You'll find it exclusively at your nearby participating True Value Hardware Store.
When a hoodlum tried to shake down Anthony Boda, an immigrant shoemaker, Anthony, who believes what he has read about law and justice, promptly disarmed the thug and delivered him to the police station. Sergeant Carey, a wise, cynical, and experienced officer, is trying to explain to Anthony that things are not really the way they seem.
Mr. Boda, listen. Al Carley doesn't want rough stuff for publicity if he can help it. He'll yank Chuck out of there and stick him someplace else if you'll forget the whole thing.
He told you all this?
I don't want you to get hurt.
You are a man with heart, Sergeant. But it is more important for me to discover something.
Discover what?
If I made the right choice when I decided to come to America. Yes.
You Anthony Butter?
Who are you?
I can be your best friend or your worst enemy.
Mister, I like riddles, but not in the middle of a working day. What's your business here?
And my name is Carley, Al Carley. You heard about me?
I heard. I cannot say I like what I heard.
But I like what I heard about you.
Yes? What have you heard about me?
Hey, tell me you're a man.
And?
And so you shouldn't be concerned with that little situation that happened here the other day.
Why?
Because it's beneath you.
I will not be slapped by hoodlums.
Of course not. You gave better than you got. Your honor should be satisfied. Now forget it.
This matter is now in the hands of the law.
Of course. But in whose hands is the law? In the hands of the man who can buy better lawyers, better witnesses.
I'm not sure I understand what you want.
In this case against my collector, well, he is scum, isn't he? Well, this case must not go to trial.
Why not? You have the lawyers, the witnesses, the judges, the juries. What have you got to fear?
I have read the Bible.
A pity you don't take it seriously.
Back then, when the fight was arranged, who could have believed that David would kill Goliath, huh? Drop the charges.
No.
Anthony, I want to get away from this rough stuff. I got a kid. She's going to college. American society girls go to that college.
This daughter of yours, she knows, of course, what her father does. Really does. I see.
Anthony, I need a guy like you.
To do what?
What, to help me run my organization?
You don't want me.
Plenty of guys got guts, Anthony, and plenty of guys got brains. But you're one of very few guys who got both. Why are you killing yourself in a shoe repair store, huh?
You don't want me, Mr. Carley. If I ever decide to become what you are, there wouldn't be room for us both in the same organization. Do you understand me?
I came here because I like to avoid bloodshed. You're a chump. You'll never know what hit you.
Vincent, were the police here to see you, Vincent? Well?
Yes. Someone from the district attorney. I received another visitor, too.
Who?
This gentleman explained certain facts.
Facts?
Yes. This gentleman explained that in order to run my business here, I need a license.
You always knew that, Vincent.
Yes. But he explained that when I apply to renew my license, there might be difficulties.
You get your license from the government, not from these hoodlums.
But you see, this gentleman is with the government. That part of the government that sees to these things.
I don't believe it. I spoke with the lawyers in the district attorney's office. I believe them to be honest and sincere men. They said they would protect me. They will protect you, too. Calm, Vincent. Talk to them.
I'll think about it.
What's there to think about?
Tony, things are not so simple.
I see. You have already thought about it, and you have decided.
Good morning, Mr. Bowden.
The police sergeant.
Now that you're going through with it, we'll protect you as much as we can.
Thank you.
No, we should thank you. You're doing something no one has done before. You're a man of courage.
What chance do we have?
It'd be better if we could have more witnesses, but maybe they'll come around. The newspapers have caught hold of it. I brought you a copy. Here, see what it says.
Shoemaker defies mob. This is about me.
Mm-hmm.
That man who spoke to me in the police station, he was a reporter.
That's right.
Well, we have won.
No. We have to win in court.
But the newspapers say
For the papers, you're today's sensation. Tomorrow it'll be somebody else. Don't go anywhere without telling us. And we'll have a man watching the store day and night.
Hello? Yeah, where you been? Well, how come I couldn't reach you all morning yet? Yeah? Well, what have you been doing? You're supposed to keep it out of the papers. It's all on the front pages. Listen, this case can't go to trial, you understand? Well, you figure it out. That's what you get paid for. Clowns. I'm surrounded by clowns.
Oh, Daddy.
Marissa, what do you... I mean, shouldn't you be in school?
Yes?
Something the matter?
Daddy, I even have a midterm exam.
When?
At 2 o'clock.
Well, it's 4 hours from now. I'll drive you back up there myself, huh?
No, I have my car.
Marissa?
Look, there are stories in the papers, and my friend said to me, of course, it isn't your dad. And I said, of course not. It's another alkali. And, well, the reason I came down here...
was to ask me...
Oh, Daddy, I didn't know what to think.
It is another alkali. Daddy...
Oh, I knew it. Oh, Daddy, can you ever forgive me?
What's to forgive? How's school?
Oh, look, Daddy, would you mind terribly if I change my major? I've decided, finally. It's sociology. I want to work with poor children.
Okay, you go right ahead, baby. You do whatever you want.
Oh, well, some of us are thinking of renting a store or something downtown and helping kids study the core subject.
Hey, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll pay the rent and buy a book.
Oh, Daddy, I don't know what could have possibly gotten into me. How could I have even thought...
Forget it, Marissa, baby. Forget it.
What I forgot was what I should always remember. It's in the Bible you bought me. Honor thy father.
Hey, you better get back to school.
See, Louis. See what it says in the newspapers.
Papa, I just wish I were like you.
You're my own son. You're just like me.
No, Papa. Very few people are just like you. You were born at the wrong time.
What? How can a man be born at the wrong time?
No. You should have been born when there were great kings and heroes and fighters.
My son, every age needs fighters.
I know I failed you, Papa, but I'm frightened.
There's nothing to be frightened of.
Yes, Papa, there is.
What?
Everything. But I'll stand by you, Papa.
I know you will.
Mama.
Maria, what do you have there?
A package. The letterman brought it to the house.
What kind of package?
I read here. Let's see. It says, from the leather company.
Why would the leather company send a package to the house? Here, let me see it. Yes. It's from the leather company. It's their label. Must be those special strips I wanted.
Papa?
What is it, Lou?
That package.
What about the package?
I don't know. It must be my imagination.
Listen, Louis, your trouble is you live too much in your imagination. Open up the package.
All right.
Well, I'll go shopping. What would you like for supper?
Why do you ask?
You're now a famous man.
Papa, this doesn't look like...
Like what?
Like the leather company package.
Look out, it's a bomb!
Just a moment ago, the shoe repair shop of Anthony Boda and Son was a neat, bright, cheerful establishment. A mother, a father, a son. A close-knit, loving family stood together, talking, laughing. Now the place has become a mass of twisted, smoking wreckage, and 3 bodies lie motionless in the ruin. I shall return shortly with Act 3.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. But give your allergy to contact.
listen carefully, because this message may surprise you. There is an ingredient that can effectively help block pollen's bad effect on your system. Sneezing, sniffling, drips, itchy, red, watery eyes. It's the antihistamine most prescribed by allergy specialists, and it's an ingredient in Contact. Surprising, yes, but the true wonder of Contact is how our tiny time pills keep this antihistamine working, helping up to 12 hours per capsule, all day, all night. Allergy is our business, too.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love.
But give your allergy to Contact. Take Contact only when needed, only as directed.
It's a real hot day. I'm soaking up the sun, and suddenly I say, antifreeze, right out loud. My wife says, huh? And I say, haven't you heard that song?
You can never buy Prestone too early. Do it now, don't you wait. You can never buy Prestone too early. You can only buy it too late.
It's a fact. A 50-50 mix of Prestone 2 Winter Summer Formula and water, about 2 gallons for most cars, fights boilover because it helps your cooling system handle heat better than water. Fresh boilover protection and fresh corrosion protection, too, because only Prestone 2 has a patented silicone silicate inhibitor system. Nothing beats it for corrosion protection. Summer, winter, spring, or fall, you can never buy Prestone too early. You can only buy it too late.
Can't trust Prestone.
Who can you trust?
When Anthony Boda was a boy in the darkness of the old country, America was a shining beacon light in the distance. Years later, with hard work and some good luck, he was able to come to America with his wife and his son. And because he believed in justice, he defied the gangsters who were trying to extort protection money. And it happened that soon after, a bomb destroyed his tiny shoe repair shop. And the beacon light that was once America for Anthony Boda is flickering faintly and about to die.
Mr. Boda, they say you should be out of here in a couple of days.
Yes.
All of us, we're very sorry.
Thank you, Sergeant.
I know that nothing can bring back your wife and your son.
Tell me, Sergeant, why were they killed at once, while I received only scratches?
But it has to do with the angle of forces, I suppose.
No. I mean, what reason? What plan? Why had the Lord seen fit?
For that, you would have to ask a priest.
I have asked the priest.
And?
And he said God's ways follow a mysterious design. So you see, I am no wiser than before.
I'm sorry about the other thing, too.
What other thing?
The trial.
Oh, the trial.
I should say that there was no trial.
It doesn't matter.
The hood just disappeared. So there was no defendant. Carly must have had him taken for a ride.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, yes, it does. You set an example for us. You woke a lot of people up. We're after Carly now.
It doesn't matter.
You can't keep saying it doesn't matter.
I have succeeded in unraveling the riddle myself. You see, I had become arrogant. I had forgotten the law of nature. The strong destroy the weak. I had seen my pictures in the newspapers. My head was turned as if I were drunk on champagne. I didn't listen to men of experience and true wisdom. Men like my friend Vincent. Pay it. It's just another tax. I have been punished.
You can't talk that way. Believe me, Mr. Boda, we'll break up that mob.
That will be your affair.
Carly figures he can ride out this particular storm just like he rode out others, but he won't.
Of course not. I intend to kill him.
You can't make your own justice, Mr. Boda.
But I must. That's the only justice there is.
I didn't think you would ever speak to me again, Anthony.
We've been friends too long, Vincent.
I forgot that. I should have agreed to be a witness, not because it was right or wrong, but because a friend asked me.
Maria and Louis.
I'm so sorry, Tony.
They must be avenged.
What are you saying?
I must kill this animal. Kill him personally. This Al Carley.
Tony, this kind of thing, it's not done in America.
I'm sick and tired of being told what is and what is not done in America.
I don't want you to get into trouble, Tony.
I come to you as a friend. Will you help me?
Well,
the answer is yes or the answer is no. The answer is not well.
The answer is yes.
The hunting rifle, the one your father made.
Tony.
There's no better, no more accurate weapon in all the world.
But what can you...
It gives me 2 barrels, the over and the under. I need only 2 shots. One for Mr. Carley, the other for his bodyguard.
Well, you can't walk around the streets with a rifle.
No, there is no way to get him here in the city. But I have learned something. On a Friday night, he slips away. He takes the turnpike north. He drives alone, except for this bodyguard.
Tony.
There is a place where the road is being fixed. So one must slow down. That's where I will be in ambush. Well, the rifle.
Can I talk you out of this, Tony?
No.
I knew that. Well, when do we go there?
We.
What is a friend, Tony? A friend is another gun to stand beside you.
This is perfect, Vincent.
And not much traffic. Are you sure he comes here this late at night?
Yes.
And is that...
No. See how the car must practically crawl past because of the construction? This barricade gives us perfect hiding place.
I put blacking on the gun barrel so it wouldn't shine in the moonlight.
Thank you, Vincent.
I have a score to settle with him, too, you know.
Well, not as great as mine.
No. That's why you may have the first 2 shots. After that...
Listen.
Is that...
Yes.
You sure?
Yes. I can even make out his evil face in the moonlight.
Let him come just a little closer.
I've got him. Now. How could we miss?
We didn't miss.
He's gone. He's got away.
Tony, didn't you see? The shell simply bounced off. His car has a coat of armor. The glass is bulletproof. There's no way we can shoot him. There's just no way.
Hello, Mr. Boda.
Good evening, Sergeant Carey.
I figured I'd find you here in Vincent's.
You are looking for me?
Mm-hmm. I hear you and Vincent went hunting last night.
Hunting?
Yeah. You did some shooting up around South Chester.
I don't know where you received your information, Sergeant.
That's not the right way. By now you should know you can't gun him down. After last night, he'll build up more protection than ever.
That's true. There is no way I can get to him.
I'm glad you realize that before you get into a lot of trouble.
But there is a way I can make him come to me.
What are you saying?
Yes. I can make him come to me himself. With blood in his eye. Burning with hatred. Obsessed with a desire to murder me with his own hand.
Mr. Boda.
And then, of course, I will have every right to kill him. Because, you see, I will be compelled to kill him in self-defense.
Hello.
Good evening.
Well, I'm afraid school's over for the night. I'm just closing up. Do you have a child you want us to tutor?
No.
Oh, well, then, what can I do for you, Mr.
Boda. Anthony Boda. Is the name familiar?
Well, I don't know. I seem to remember seeing it somewhere, but I can't recall. What do you want, Mr. Boda?
Your father, among 1,000 other crimes, killed my wife and son.
What are you saying?
You know what I'm saying.
But you must be mad. I'll call the police.
Call the police. But why? I've done nothing wrong. I have merely stated a fact.
Look, you get out of here.
Will that change the fact?
My father, he's good, he's kind, he's the most decent man in the world.
How does your father earn his money?
Huh? Well,
where is his factory? What goods does he handle? In what does he trade? I'm a shoemaker. I smell of leather. Your father, he smells of death because his business is death.
I don't know what you're talking.
Were you about to say you don't know, you don't wish to know? You read, you think?
Oh, get out of here. Get out, get out!
Good evening, Miss Carley.
Dad, you remember I asked you about the man in the papers? You said it was another Al Carley.
Marissa, what are you trying to...
Don't lie to me, Daddy. Don't lie to me.
Yeah, but it was another Al Carley.
Don't lie to me, please. It's bad enough. I had to lie to myself.
It was another Al Carley. Now listen, please, listen. There are two Al Carleys. One is your dad. The other is somebody who does what he has to do. The only thing he knows how to do.
Oh, I never saw it before. I suppose I never wanted to see it, but a man named Anthony Boda, just a shoemaker, opened my eyes. And I can never close them again.
Boda? You say Boda?
Anthony Boda. I have never seen such dignity.
I was a fool. I should have made sure of him before. But I'll kill him with my own two hands. I'll kill him. I'll cut his heart out. Benji, can't you get more speed out of this? Come on, faster. This is State Trooper. Lose him. Look out, that idiot up ahead is turning. He's look out! Mr. Boda.
Yes. Ah, the sergeant.
I've been looking for you. Hop in. You heard the news?
I heard the news.
He was coming after you.
I knew he would. But I have been robbed. I will not have my revenge. He's dead.
No.
The radio said he cannot live. So you see, there is no justice for me.
And do you know why he can't live? He needs blood.
He can buy all the blood he needs.
No, he can't.
Why not?
Because it so happens he has a very rare type of blood. And he needs a transfusion from someone who has that same type. Only someone with that same blood can save him.
Surprising. I thought his blood would be as base and as common as sewage.
We do know of a donor. The hospital has a record of someone with the exact same blood type.
Why tell me?
Because you are the blood type.
I me? I have the same blood as that swine?
Yes, Mr. Boda. The only person we know of.
How was this fact made known?
Well, when you and your wife and son were brought to the hospital, naturally your blood was typed. One of the lab technicians happened to remember. Well, that's the blood Carley needs. Or he'll die before tonight.
You You expect me to give my blood to the murderer of my wife and my son? You expect me to keep this animal alive?
Mr. Boda.
How I prayed that I would kill this monster. I thought my prayers would never be answered, but they were. They were. I now hold his life in my hands. So you see, Sergeant, this is justice.
No, that's not justice. It's revenge. Let the law deal with him.
You may drive me to the hospital, but he'll never see one drop of my blood.
And why do you want to go to the hospital?
To look in his eye, to laugh in his face, to let him know who has conquered. Carly. Al Carly, can you hear me? Do you know who I am?
Yes.
Do you know why I'm here?
To torture me.
I was in this hospital. You killed my wife, my son. I swore I would kill you with my own hands.
Boda, please. Please, don't let me die.
What are you saying?
Please.
You beg me, your enemy, your sworn enemy, for your life?
Please, let me live.
This is what makes us tremble? This is who owns judges, lawyers, politicians? This is what we fear? You cowardly animal! Can't you even die decently?
Mr. Boda, you came. I knew you would come. You see, Daddy, I told you. Mr. Boda is a man. Well, does the doctor know? Have they been told to prepare for the transfusion?
The transfusion?
That's why you came, isn't it? To give Daddy the blood? Daddy said you would never do it. Daddy said you would drain every drop of blood from your own body and die first before you...
A young girl should not talk like that in front of her father. Now, you must say no more. Carly. Al Carly, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes,
Al Carly, you are very close to eternity. Speak the truth. For the very first time in your life, the truth. Look into my eyes, Al Carly, and tell me. Tell me. If it were the other way and I lay dying, would you give me your blood? Answer. And remember, God is listening. The truth, Al Carly. Would you give me your blood? Would you?
No.
Daddy.
This is between your father and me. You would not give me your blood, Al Carly?
No.
Then this is the difference between us. I will give you mine.
Al Carly recovered. He stood trial. His empire collapsed like a towering castle of sand when the high tide sweeps up on the beach. Al Carly will not be around for a while. 99 years, to be exact. But when his daughter needs advice and comfort, she visits with Anthony Boda. They're good for each other. Each makes up for something the other has lost. I'll be back shortly.
Oh, sure. You can talk about good-tasting diet drinks, but I know. I'm Goldilocks, and here at my taste-testing laboratory, I taste-test them all. And nobody's been drinking my diet drinks until I tested sugar-free Diet 7-Up. And then, kabloomy! Every bear wanted some. Diet 7-Up is fresh, natural, delicious. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This one's just right.
Buick introduces a new concept for you to consider in light of all the concern about miles per gallon. Range. Range is what you get when you multiply the mileage your car gets per gallon by the number of gallons your car's gas tank holds. Range is one of the things that help make Buick Apollo such a special small car. It comes from coupling the Apollo's economical 6-cylinder engine with a standard 21-gallon gas tank. It holds a lot, but it doesn't use a lot. Look into the Apollo. It's the Buick of small cars.
The Anthony Bodas, the Al Carleys, each brought the same blood to the melting pot of America. But the melting pot is a crucible where men, like steel, may either be hardened or destroyed. Our cast included Howard Da Silva, Ken Harvey, Robert Dryden, Bryna Rayburn, and Jack Grimes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Now, a preview of our next tale.
Oh, be quiet, Eddie.
Your husband isn't thinking straight, Mrs. Breach. It isn't that easy. You think that Harney will be satisfied if I let him live? If I walk off this job, somebody else walks in. This isn't the only gun in the world.
He's right, Eddie. Maybe the only way is to give him the money back.
There's nothing to give back. You think money stands still in this business? Look, maybe if we left town, went to Mexico or someplace.
Harney won't give up that easy. It means too much to him.
Well, I'm not staying here. I'm getting out. I'm getting as far away as I can.
Eddie.
Both of us, Connie. I meant both of us.
You expect me to run? In a wheelchair? Maybe Mr. Derry can tell us what to do.
I can think of only one thing. Joe Harney wants a dead body. That's what we'll have to give him.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by New Sugar-Free Diet 7-Up and Contact, the 12-hour allergy capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Last call at Neiman Marcus.
What is it?
Last call at Neiman Marcus is the traditional store-wide clearance. Your last chance to buy current spring and summer fashions, sportswear, designer apparel, shoes, men's and children's clothes at the lowest final prices of the season. Some of the best-dressed people in town manage it by shopping Last Call.
Last call at Neiman Marcus. When is it?
Last call ends downtown today, starts at North Park tomorrow. At 1080 on the dial, you're listening to KRLD Dallas.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black. Here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Our distinguished star this evening is the stage and screen favorite, Mr. Paul Lucas, whose performances in The Lady Vanishes and in the stage production The Watch on the Rhine you will recall with pleasure. Tonight's tale of suspense is a story by John Dickson Carr, Fire, Burn, and Cauldron Bubble. If you've been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so with Fire Burn and Cauldron Bubble and the performance of Paul Lucas and the other members of our company, we again hope to keep you in. Drury Lane Theater presents the distinguished American actor Myron Willard in Shakespeare's Macbeth, with magic effects especially designed by Ludwig von Arnheim.
Double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble.
Historic Drury Lane Theater, a relic of old London. On this site, in the cramped and crooked lanes of Aldwych, there has been a playhouse since Nell Gwynn sold oranges in the pit. The present theater, though modernized, is heavy and darkened with time. By daylight, it is a dinginess of red plush seats, haunted by old ghosts. But at night, when the lights bloom for some new production, when the murmur of a crowd fills the carpeted aisles and the orchestra begins to tune up, it is kindled with that strange magic before the rise of the curtain.
Right this way, sir. E12 and 13. Program. Chocolate.
Thank you.
No, madam. This is Rowie. Your seat's a G4.
And backstage, where nerves crawl and there is a tendency to scream, the three witches of the play are huddled around the peephole in the curtain, looking out into the audience. They are hideous-looking creatures, these witches, in gray rags like cobwebs. But as they speak...
Dear, I am scared.
Don't let it bother you, darling. You can't even see the audience when the floats are on. There's nothing to worry about.
Nothing except the size of the take at the box office.
You won't even have to worry about that tonight. Look out there.
You two are shaking as much as I am. Now, don't pretend.
All right, all right. Everybody's jumpy on first nights.
What I can't understand is why they want to use young girls as witches and then make us talk in cracked voices as though we were 80.
Double, double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble.
What's that?
Daisy, darling, it's only one of the ghost effects. You've been hearing it for weeks at rehearsals. I will say this for Myron Willard, as an actor and a manager, too. He's the first one who's ever had a real professional magician to do the ghost effects for this ham show.
Oh, Ivy, Celia, look there.
Where?
Out in the audience in the second upper box on the left-hand side.
Oh.
Don't you see the woman who's just coming in?
Yes, I can see her. Not a bad-looking bit of goods for her age. What about her?
But that's Marcia Blair.
Marcia Blair?
You don't mean you've never heard of her?
I can't say I have either, if it comes to that. Move over, Ivy. Give us a squint.
Marcia Blair used to be Mr. Willard's leading lady. She was a very great actress 15 years ago.
Oh, 15 years ago.
She's had a terribly romantic history. Well, she's made lots of money and retired from the stage. Then she married some horrible no-good, and... Did you see that tall gray-haired man standing beside her?
Well, he doesn't look much like a no-good.
That's not the man I mean, Celia. That's Howard White, her second husband.
Oh.
They say he loved her for years and followed her about and practically worshipped her. But she was married to this no-good and wouldn't get a divorce.
Then the no-good died, I suppose. So Marcia Blair and her faithful Howard got married.
Yes. I remember reading in the paper that they've been married 1 year tonight. I expect they're very happy.
Well, I'd be happy, too, if I had a mink coat and a string of pearls like that.
Well, you've got to admit she's beautiful.
All right, Katie, if you say so.
I used to go and see her act when I was a little girl. She was kind of an idol. I wonder what they're saying to each other up in that box now. I wonder what they're saying.
Marcia, dear, I wish you wouldn't be so uneasy. Nothing can happen to you here.
You're uneasy yourself, Howard.
Yes, I suppose I am a little.
Howard, I know I shouldn't be talking like this on our first anniversary, but that's what worries me. What if Barry isn't dead? What if he isn't dead?
Oh, listen to me, darling. Your late husband, heaven condemn his soul, died in New York more than a year ago. We have proof of that.
Well, then who wrote those letters to me?
I don't know, dear. Somebody playing a joke on you.
Joke? If you marry him, Marcia, you won't be alive a year from then. Joke.
But you're married to me, my dear, and you are alive.
Shall I quote you something from another play, Howard?
Well?
The Ides of March are come. Aye, Caesar, but not gone. And it's still 2 hours. 2 hours to the time we were actually married.
Oh, look here, dear. This is carrying an obsession too far.
It would be just like Barry to wait until the last moment, just to make it worse. You knew him.
Yes, I knew him.
He was a genius.
I suppose so. As a mere businessman, I never quite understood this theatrical temperament, except yours, of course.
Barry was a greater actor than Myron Willard will ever be. Barry could play anything, from a Cockney to King Lear. His skill at makeup wasn't merely good. It was terrifying. Oh, Howard, I am frightened. Suppose he's managed to get close to us tonight, and yet we can't see him.
Well, the music started, Marcia. I shall have to go.
Must you go, Howard? Really?
If I break this appointment with Ferndale, dear, the deal will be called off. And since I haven't got too much backing anyway,
All right, dear. I understand. Go ahead.
Unless you wanted to come with me.
And Miss Myron's opening tonight? Oh, I couldn't do that.
I tell you, you'll be perfectly safe here, dear.
Of course, Howard. I know that.
You're in full view of 3,000 people. Nobody could attack you. The only door to this box is guarded. Outside that door will be Miss Fenton, who's devoted to you, and the chauffeur who's even more devoted to you. What could happen, dear?
Nothing, of course. And I'd prefer to be alone anyway.
Yes, I rather guessed that.
Oh, please, dear. It's just that I can't endure anybody being with me when I'm watching a great play. But that doesn't include you, darling.
Then, if you'll accept these, madam, in honor of our first anniversary.
Oh, Howard. Well, they're lovely. Of course I'll accept them.
And here's a program. Got everything else you need?
Yes. Yes, I think so.
I'll just open the door to the passage to make sure our watchdogs are on guard. Yes, they're out there, all right. Good night, Marcia. See you in an hour or two.
Good night, Howard. And good luck.
Miss Fenton, Bradley.
Yes, Mr. White.
Yes, sir. Anything wrong? Miss Fenton, you've been my wife's companion secretary for 5 or 6 years.
Yes, Mr. White, and I've loved every minute of it.
And you, Bradley, you haven't been my chauffeur for quite so long, but they tell me you're an ex-wrestler.
That's right, sir. Champion of the Shoreditch Athletic Club. And in my prime, though I says it shouldn't, as good a man as ever climbed through the ropes.
Now, you know your instructions, Bradley.
You trust me, sir. Nobody gets into this here box tonight unless it's over my dead body.
Nothing must happen, do you understand? Nothing.
Please, you're as white as paper.
As for you, Miss Fenton, I'm afraid it's a little awkward. I know I ought to ask you to go in and join Marcia, but...
Oh, you needn't apologize, Mr. White. I know she doesn't want company. She'll be leaning forward with her elbows on the box rail, just as she always does. She isn't merely watching a play. She's acting Lady Macbeth. Every line, every gesture. And I don't mean to disturb her.
You won't leave this door, either of you.
You trust me, sir. If... no.
Anything wrong, Bradley?
It is a very rummy-looking cove coming along the passage, sir, wearing a big black cloak with a red lining.
Oh, that man, Bradley. That's only Herr von Arnheim. He's a professional magician and escape artist. I was just wondering... Excuse me.
Don't worry, Mr. White. We'll look after her.
Von Arnheim. I say Von Arnheim.
Thou canst not say I did it. Never shake the Goldilocks at me.
I beg your pardon?
And I beg yours, my friend. I was merely quoting a line from the play. You are not leaving the theater. Surely not walking out on Macbeth.
I'm afraid I have got to.
Oh, that's a pity, my friend. You will miss some of my best effects, to say nothing of Shakespeare's. When Banquo's ghost appears at the table.
I don't want to hear any more about ghosts, thanks. Banquo's or anybody else's.
I imagine you mean your wife's late husband.
You've heard about it, then?
Yes, your wife has told me a good deal. She seems to think that in my profession I might have some charm over demons or spell against ghosts.
You know, Von Arnheim, in a muddled kind of way, that's what I've been wondering myself.
Unfortunately, no. I am all too human. But your problem interests me. And I confess it worries me.
Worries you? What about me?
As I understand it, her first husband was a half-mad American actor who later went completely mad and died in New York. His what's the word I want?
Or obsession?
That's it, obsession. His obsession was Marcia Blair's eyes.
Yes, always her eyes. They seemed to hypnotize him.
It is not new, you know. You'll find the same motive, the eyes of a beautiful woman, all through the works of Edgar Allan Poe. Then, as I understand it, after this man's death, she began to receive a series of letters.
Foul letters.
Apparently written by him, and threatening her with some rather horrible form of death if she married you.
I tell you, Barry Lake is dead. He can't get up out of his coffin.
Oh, getting out of coffins, my friend, is not so difficult. I have done it myself.
Oh, please stop joking, Van Arnheim. You don't happen to be dead.
True. There is that small difference. Is your wife here in the theater tonight?
Yes. She wouldn't have come here except that it's Marion Willard's first night. And we haven't seen Marion, either of us, in years. She's back there in Box D.
So I hear. I was hoping that you might invite me to share the box.
Look here, old man. I don't want to seem inhospitable, but...
She doesn't want company?
Well, that's about it.
Well, then walk back a little distance with me, this way, so that we can see the stage from the back of the dress circle. Now, the orchestra has stopped, and they'll ring up in a moment. There. Look at it.
Look at what?
The stage, man. The lights have gone out. All except the dim yellow footlights shining on the curtain. The last cough, the last murmur, the last rustle of program dies away in one vast, breathing hush. The curtain goes up.
Let go of my arm, Van Arnheim. I've got to leave.
Now, what are the stage directions? A desert place. Thunder and lightning. Enter 3 witches. When, indeed, I wonder.
I beg your pardon, Van Arnheim. Do you speak?
No, it was nothing.
London newspapers for that year 1936, you may read how Myron Willard triumphed at Drury Lane as Macbeth. But tonight, as the clock ticks on, there is another drama in the dimly lighted corridor outside Box D. There sits Miss Louise Fenton, Marcia Blair's companion secretary. Beside her, burly and broken-nosed, is big Jim Bradley, the ex-wrestler. And when more than half an hour has passed...
There's the applause, Jim. That must be the end of the first act.
Yes, I hear it. Nothing's happened. And take my word for it, nothing's going to happen.
Oh, she's such a likable person, Jim. And I think one of our greatest Shakespearean actresses.
Well, I don't much care for this Shakespeare business, miss. You give me a good movie with gangsters in it. That's my style.
Oh, you don't understand, Jim. I've seen her as Juliet, as Rosalind, as Portia, in our own drawing room without any props. I've heard her as Lady Macbeth, too. You should see her eyes.
Her eyes, miss?
Yes, you should see her eyes when she delivers that speech. The raven himself is hoarse that croaks the fatal entrance.
Hey, miss, look there.
What is it?
That foreign-looking cove in the black cape coming along the passage now. Easy.
I beg your pardon. You are Miss Louise Fenton, aren't you?
Yes, my name is Fenton. What is it?
I am looking for Arnheim, a friend of Mr. White's. And I must see Marcia Blair at once.
No, you don't, Governor. You're not going in there.
Why not?
Because nobody goes in there. Not if it was the king himself. That's orders.
Now, listen to me, both of you. When the lights went on, I happened to be looking at Box D from the other side of the theater. And I think there is something wrong.
But there can't be anything wrong. Jim Bradley and I have been sitting here the whole time. Except, of course...
Except when?
Well, except when I went in there for a few seconds.
You went in there, Miss Fenton? May I ask when that was?
Well, it was after Mr. White had gone and just before the play started. I went in to ask if she wanted anything. She said she didn't, so I came out again. And Bradley's been with me all the time, except when he went to get a drink of water up the corridor.
That's as true as gospel, Governor.
One moment and listen to me. Marcia Blair is leaning forward across the railing of the box.
Oh, but that's nothing, Herr von Arnheim. That's the way she always is.
Does she always fall forward with her arms held straight out and her head down on her arms?
You better be careful, miss. It's a trick.
Trick? Why not open the door and see for yourselves? Would that do any harm?
No, I suppose it wouldn't, but... Oh, there must be some mistake. We haven't heard a sound from in there. There couldn't be anything wrong.
You open the door, Miss Fenton. I'm going to hold tight to this gentleman, just in case.
Quiet, please. Quiet.
What is it, miss?
Oh.
Walk in there with me, both of you. Please go casually, as though nothing were wrong. We don't want to attract attention. Now.
Oh, Herr von Arnheim. There's blood all over her face.
Yes. And don't begin screaming again, Miss Fenton, when I tell you she's dead. Bradley?
Yes, sir?
Pick Miss Blair's body up and carry her out into the corridor. In another minute, we'll have the whole theater wanting to know what's wrong.
All right, sir. You win. But what about the people in the other boxes? Won't they see?
They've gone down to the bar to get a drink. They won't see anything. Hurry.
She ain't no lightweight, the poor lady ain't. Steady does it. Hold the door open. That's got it. Now, close the door. Shall I put her down on the floor, Governor?
Yes, better do that.
I never took those threats seriously. That's what I blame myself for. And if something did happen, well, I thought he'd attack her. I never thought he'd hide away across the theater and fire a shot.
And you were quite right, Miss Fenton. Marcia Blair was not shot.
She wasn't shot.
No. Take a look at the wound.
Oh, I can't look at it.
She was stabbed. Stabbed through the right eye with a narrow, sharp blade, which entered her brain and killed her instantly. Not a pretty death, but a quick one.
You seem to know a lot about this, Governor.
Perhaps I do, my friend, and perhaps I can guess a lot more.
You mean somebody stood out there and threw a knife at her? Like a ruddy music hall turn?
No, I don't mean that either. There's no knife in the wound and none in the box. The murderer took it away.
Took it away?
Exactly.
Herr von Arnheim, please wait. You're not saying someone climbed up from outside, 20 or 30 feet from the floor, and stabbed poor Marcia in full sight of 3,000 people?
That, Miss Fenton, is what the evidence seems to indicate.
But it's impossible.
Yet it happened. There is Marcia Blair's body. What's that?
Oh, it's the warning bell for the second act. People will be coming back here any minute. What are we going to do?
Applause, acclaim, triumph. Myron Willard as Macbeth. Helen Gale as Lady Macbeth. Magical effects by Ludwig van Arnheim. Very few persons knew that there is a dead woman in the theater. But at the end of the play, it is a different story. The crowd files out, past a cordon of police. The lights are extinguished. The great theater is dark and mumbling with echoes. See the stage now. Only the battens or overhead lights pour down a pale blaze on two men who stand grotesquely against the background of Dunsinane Castle. One of these men is Howard White, very near collapse. The other is Myron Willard himself, still wearing his makeup, still wearing helmet and chain mail. And when Willard speaks...
Howard! Howard White!
Confounded, man. Can't you hear what I'm saying?
Excuse me, madam. This is almost finished.
Oh, not that I'm blaming you, old man.
Thank you, madam.
It's traditional, you know, that Macbeth's an unlucky play. But up to the very end, I thought I'd never done better. 11 curtain calls. No, 12. How did you like my tomorrow and tomorrow speech?
I'm sorry, madam. I'm afraid I didn't hear it.
Yes, poor old Marcia. She'd have hated to die like that. Marcia was proud of her eyes. Always nearsighted as an owl, but too vain to wear glasses. There's Von Arnheim looking at us from under the castle archway. Von Arnheim!
Did you call me, my friend? You're rather difficult to recognize under all that Macbeth makeup.
Yes, I was just thinking the same thing.
Never mind that. Where are the police now?
At the moment, Mr. Willard, the police are in your dressing room. They are using it for questioning.
No reception tonight, of course.
No, but I thought you might be interested in 2 items of information that police have just discovered.
Go on.
We had a fairly full house tonight, I believe.
Fairly full. Every seat was reserved.
Reserved, yes, but not occupied.
I don't follow you.
1 box on the ground floor, box E to be exact, was empty. Reserved and paid for, but empty. And box E, oddly enough, was just underneath the one occupied by Marcia Blair.
Well, all the same, I still don't see quite what you're...
Now, our next item of information comes from an usher. An outside eye seat in the stores, very close to that empty box, was occupied by a very curious stranger who arrived late in the dark and slipped out again by a nearby exit a few minutes afterwards.
Just one moment, Von Arnheim. Are you saying this stranger climbed up and attacked Marcia in full view of the audience?
No, my friend. The murderer did not approach from that direction.
Then he must have reached Marcia through the door, guarded by Bradley and Miss Fenton?
No, not from that direction either.
Confound it, man. It must have been one way or the other.
Not necessarily.
Tell me how. Don't you think I've got enough troubles already without this nightmare on top of it?
Herr von Arnheim. Herr von Arnheim.
You must take it easy, Miss Fenton. You must not excite yourself. Have the police
Yes.
been...
Look, you've got to help me. They won't believe me.
They won't believe the young lady, sir, and that's a fact. I tried to help her all I can, but there's things I can swear to and things I can't.
You see, I did go into that box. Oh, just for a couple of seconds, I admit it. But no other person went in or could have got in. So they say, or at least they're hinting that I killed her. But I swear I never touched her.
Who was questioning you, Miss Fenton? Inspector Grimes or Sergeant Blake?
I'm not sure. The sergeant, I think.
Then I shouldn't worry if I were you. Inspector Grimes knows better. He's guessed, in fact, exactly what I have guessed.
You seem on rather familiar terms with the police, my friend.
I am, Mr. Willard. I am. Anyone who practices escapes from handcuffs, sacks, chests...
And stage boxes, perhaps.
Stage boxes, if you insist. Excuse me. Isn't that Inspector Grimes in the wings now?
Yes, and he's nodding his head.
Then I can tell you, I think, what you want to know.
Well, if you do happen to know anything, it's your duty to speak up. Poor Marcia seems to have had some ridiculous idea that her former husband, Barry Lake, was still alive. Her fears weren't justified, of course, and she wasn't killed by any dead husband.
I beg your pardon. Her fears were justified, though not quite in the way she believed. And she was killed by her husband.
Then Barry Lake is still alive.
No, Barry Lake is dead.
Well, you don't mean Marcia was really killed by a ghost?
No. I mean she was killed by her devoted second husband, Mr. Howard White.
You hear what they say? That's not true. It's a slanderous statement. I'll have you in court for it. Everybody knows how devoted I was to Marcia.
Your devotion, my friend, was devotion to her money. And your business affairs have been shaky for a long time.
That's not true, and you can't prove it.
Marcia Blair was inclined to be, shall we say, a little close-fisted with money.
That's true anyway.
It's a lie.
Willing to marry him, but Mr. Howard White knew he'd never touch a penny unless he killed her. He wrote the letters himself.
Herr von Arnheim, he can't be guilty. She was alive after he left the box. He wasn't anywhere near her when she died.
Perfectly correct, Miss Fenton.
He wasn't there, and yet he killed her.
Exactly. But you and Bradley can supply the clue that will hang him.
Me, sir? I don't know nothing.
No, I don't either.
I think you do if you'll put your mind to it. Do you remember what Howard White said to her just before he left the box?
Yes, he said, "Good night, Marcia. See you in an hour or two." And she answered, "Good night and good luck."
No, I mean just before that.
There wasn't anything.
You see? It's a slanderous statement without any proof. It's an insult to my position on the stock exchange.
Wait. I do remember something rather queer.
Think, Miss Fenton, think.
He said to Marcia jokingly, If you'll accept these, madam, in honor of our first anniversary. And Marcia said, Howard, they're lovely. Of course I'll accept them.
That's right, sir. He did say it.
And what do you think he was referring to, Miss Fenton? What was he asking her to accept?
Well, I imagined it was flowers, a corsage or something like that.
Did you see any flowers in the box or pinned to Marcia Blair's gown?
No. Come to think of it, I didn't.
Then what did he give her?
Don't look at me, sir.
Now, here is a woman who is very nearsighted, yet refuses to wear glasses. But she can accept a pair of...
Opera glasses.
It's a lie. You can't prove it. Hold on, sir. Let go. You better stay here, Governor.
Thank you, Bradley, but the place is surrounded with police.
But I still don't understand.
Now, what happens when you lift opera glasses to your eyes and they are not in focus? You turn the little wheel in the middle to bring them into focus. For Marcia Blair, it was deadly.
You mean the glasses had something...
Yes, they were specially constructed glasses, Miss Fenton. They were invented by a French criminal years ago. That little wheel is a little trigger. It releases the spring of a sharp, thin blade which strikes through the eyes into the brain.
Oh, don't, please.
You can't prove it.
Marcia Blair died instantly. The glasses torn from her eye by their own weight dropped over the box rail to the carpeted aisle below. The only witnesses who might have noticed would have been the people in the box just underneath.
And that box was empty.
By arrangement, yes. Even if anybody did see them fall, Howard White was prepared to remove the evidence instantly. You haven't forgotten the curious stranger.
Curious stranger?
I mean the man who slipped in after it was dark, took an aisle seat just under the box, and slipped out again a few minutes later.
It's a pack of lies from start to finish. You can't prove a word of it.
I beg your pardon, my friend. Didn't you see Inspector Grimes nod to me a moment ago?
Well...
You are going to hang, my friend, for one of the neatest and cruelest crimes in my experience. The police have just found those opera glasses with a neat set of fingerprints in the side pocket of your motor car.
And so ends Fire Burn and Cauldron Bubble, starring the distinguished actor Paul Lucas. Tonight's tale of suspense. This is your narrator, Ted Osborne, the man in black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next Tuesday, same time, when Nancy Coleman stars in Fear Paints a Picture. William Spear, the producer, John Dietz, the director, Bernard Herrmann, the composer-conductor, Robert Salmon, studio technician, and John Dickson Carr, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Bloodsport, the novel by Dick Francis, adapted for radio by Peter Hoare. The part of Gene Hawkins is played by Nigel Lambert, that of Dave Teller by John Carson, and Linny Keeble by Shelley Lungi. Bloodsport.
Mr. Hawkins?
That's right.
Daddy said I was to call for you.
Ah, yes, he rang me. Come in.
Thank you.
Did you come all this way especially to fetch me?
Oh, no. I live in a hostel with 60 other girls in South Ken. Daddy just rang me and said that as I'd got the car up in London this weekend, I could collect you and meet them at Henley. A sort of spur-of-the-moment thing.
Sorry it's such a mess in here. I was just finishing my coffee. Would you like some?
It's very kind of you, but Daddy said not to waste time. He wants to be upriver as soon as possible.
Yes, so I gathered. He told me to wear boating clothes. I wasn't quite sure what they were.
Oh, anything. I mean, I'm sure what you're wearing's fine.
Oh, good, good. Well, I'll get my jacket. I'm afraid this isn't much of a place.
It's very compact.
Suits me, but I wouldn't class it as elegant living.
Well,
I could do without the landlord's pink carpet and his junk shop furniture. It isn't until someone like you comes in that I notice them.
You live quite alone, then?
Quite.
You work for Daddy, don't you?
Yes, why?
No reason. I mean, I can't remember him asking anyone from work before. Well, he just usually doesn't, that's all.
Ah. Well, a kind thought, I expect.
Do you mind if I drive?
No, why should I?
Well, I've only just passed my test, you see. I got my license yesterday.
Do you know what I deduced from that?
No.
That you're just 17. And when was your birthday?
Yesterday.
Oh, many happy returns of yesterday.
Thank you. Excuse me asking, but isn't that a gun you're strapping round you?
Yes, I always carry one. It's concealed when I have my jacket on.
Oh.
Wouldn't you carry a gun in my job?
Yes, I suppose I would. But I thought this was just a day on the river at Henley.
So did I. But as you say, it's a bit odd your father asking me, and, well, you never know.
No, I suppose you don't.
All right, then, let's go, shall we?
Oh, this is a gorgeous place to moor for lunch, Mummy. Don't you think so, Mr. Hawkins?
Yes, it's lovely.
Now I thought we'd help ourselves. We don't want to stay in the cabin, so let's all grab a plate and take it anywhere we like.
Oh, great. That suits me fine.
You're doing splendid work, Dave, up in the bows.
Just your husband's fart hand, that's me. Yeah, I'm getting quite attached to my station up there on the cabin roof. Yeah, these locks, they take some negotiating.
Sim says you're very handy with that forehead painter.
Best man I've had on it for years. Van Rosie?
Yeah, fine.
Oh, we don't seem to have found you a job yet, Gene.
It's all new to me. I'll settle in soon.
Have some wine, anyway.
Well...
Oh, come on. You're on holiday.
Thanks.
Peter, come into the cabin and get some lunch.
Peter's so taken up with his new camera, he won't think of eating. He's been taking photographs all the morning, even when we stopped for drinks at that pub.
Oh, Peter, you should have changed out of your bathing trunks for lunch.
Oh, don't worry him, Joan. Boys will be boys.
Come on, Gene. Let's get up on deck. Have you read the Sunday papers?
Just glanced at them.
I was wondering whether you'd seen about Chrysalis.
Chrysalis?
Well, you know about him, I imagine.
That Chrysalis has got lost? Yes, I suppose so. It was in all the news bulletins on Wednesday.
He's still lost. But I suppose it doesn't mean anything to you.
Well...
Did I hear you mention Chrysalis, sir?
Oh, just telling Gene.
I have a share in that horse. A 1/8 share. $200,000 worth.
Wow.
And what's more, I spent all of last month negotiating the sale. Now, as soon as he gets over to the States, this has to happen.
I'm sorry.
And that isn't the money that matters. It's the horse.
Oh, I expect they'll find him.
And I'm not so sure. And I'll tell you, Gene, just exactly what I have in mind. I'd like you to go out there and look for him.
Why me?
Because I have great faith in Sim's judgment. And I think I should say that he and I were in the same line of business way back in World War II.
I see.
Just a war job for me, though. I got out of the army in 47, went back to Pappy. A couple of years later, he died, left me his racehorses, a few bucks on the side. I'd pay your fare and expenses, of course, and a fee.
I don't hunt horses.
Well, knowing Sim Keeble, I can guess what you hunt. Now, Chrysalis is the third stallion of international repute to have disappeared in the last 10 years.
You may not hunt horses, but you do know about them, Gene.
Yes, I understand your father trained them for racing.
There's the police, the insurance company. They have expert investigators. And I presume there's a reward?
Oh, yeah.
So why me?
No one found the other two. The first one was found dead in a gully 2 years after he disappeared.
Well, that's it, then.
But the second one... And I bought that one, too. At a 1/10 share. This is the second time round for me.
Were any of the circumstances the same?
No, except that both horses got free. Alex was never found. That's why I want something special done about Chrysalis.
I see.
You've got nothing else to do, Gene. Why not take a holiday in the States?
Well, at least come back with me and take a look, huh?
No, it's not my sort of job, and, well, I'm tired.
Okay, very well. Can't press you. But if you should change your mind...
I know that unless I bring this strawberries and cream out, you men will never bother to go into the cabin to get them. There they are. But do have some more chicken and salad first, Mr. Hawkins.
No, I'm fine, thanks, Mrs. Keeble.
We must be getting on soon. I want to show you Harbour Lock, Dave.
Oh, yeah.
There's a weir there that makes the navigation rather tricky.
Don't worry, Sim. Your forward hand will be on the alert.
Now, strawberries and cream, Mr. Hawkins.
Isn't it gorgeous? Don't you think so, Mr. Hawkins?
Yes. Yes, very nice. But I don't seem to be doing anything.
That's the whole point of a day on the river. Just lazing in the sun.
Yes, but, I don't know. I can't help feeling it's not my scene. Ah, another lock.
There are scores of locks on the Thames. Lexlade is about as far up as you can go, except in a rowing boat, and that's about 300 feet above sea level.
Quite a staircase.
Yes, the Victorians who built them were brilliant engineers.
The river divides here. It goes slowly into the left fork, round the bend to the lock, and fast on the right, straight to the weir.
Ah, yes. Is that the bit your father was speaking about? That post in midstream with a danger notice on it?
Yes. That's only for silly oafs who go too near the weir. Actually, those two look as though they're being rather stupid.
Hey, Sam! You see that punt to starboard?
Yes, the fools. They're getting too far out midstream.
Seem to be heading for the danger notice.
They'll be in trouble if they don't look out.
Your father will back over to them, won't he?
Yes. The girl at the front of the punt's got her arms around the post.
Looks as though she's trying to tie up to it. And the fellow with the punt pole's taking it pretty calmly.
Could you help us, sir?
Pair of ignorant young nitwits. The punt could be swept right out into the weir. Thank God this boat's too big to go through it.
But we could be pinned against the concrete supports.
Sim, shall I throw the painter when we get near enough?
I'll try and get the mooring rope first, Dave, but stand by and stay up forward. We'll tow you away. Pass us your mooring rope when we're near enough.
That poor girl. Hold on. Do hold on. Just a little longer, that's all, and I can take the rope from you.
Don't lean out too far, Linny.
Don't like the look of that weir.
Stand by, Linny, to take the rope from her. Now. Oh, damn, she's dropped it.
Oh, can't you get hold of the rope again? Can you hang on to the pole with one arm?
No, I can't.
Why doesn't the young man go and help her?
Forget your punt pole, you oaf. Go and help the girl.
Please. Quickly, I can't hold on any longer. Oh, Dad!
Dave, he's gone over the side.
The young man, he hit him with his punt pole as he moved forward.
Daddy, the weir!
Looks like this is my job for the day.
Mr. Hawkins, you can't.
No, we'll throw him a rope.
You're too late. I'll get him.
You'll never make it. They'll both get sucked under in the weir. Well, now they'll both be drowned.
Get hold of that mooring rope. We'll tow the punt into the bank, then get downstream. We've just a chance of picking them up. Get the mooring rope, quick! I'm going ahead.
A rope! Give me a rope!
Right. Coming.
And pull slowly!
We will. How's the other man?
Not breathing.
We're ready for him here.
He'll need you. I've tried. There's no dice.
Come on. Let's get him onto the bank.
Oh. He's had 10 breaths of mine. It didn't seem to do him any good.
Don't worry. We'll get straight on with the breathing.
I'll roll him over. Carefully, just so his tongue isn't choking him.
Okay, we know. That's it. I'll soon get his breathing going.
Thank God.
He's hurt somewhere.
Badly?
I don't know. He crashed into the weir.
We saw you go. So did the lockkeeper here.
They must have gone under. Through one of the gates. Those gates winds upwards, same as a sash window. We got 2 of them open a couple of feet at the bottom today.
That's it. We went under.
Oh, his leg. He's pointing to his leg. He's not bleeding. Could he have broken it?
Well, the jar when we hit the weir could have been enough.
But we can't do anything for him here. There's an ambulance on the way.
What happened to the punt?
We towed it ashore. Linny got hold of the rope. Those kids were terribly shocked.
Oh, where are they?
I don't know. I suppose they stayed back at the lock. The girl was nearly hysterical when you and Dave didn't come up.
It's like a great flight of steps under there. The current would have rolled you right down those steps, I reckon. Oh, it's a miracle you ever came up. Why, I reckon there's people every year as falls in that river and never get seen again. Current takes them along the bottom all the way to the sea.
Charming.
What happened?
You got knocked off the boat and carried into the weir. Gene Hawkins dived in after you. He got you out.
Don't remember a thing.
The ambulance is on its way, and you're off to hospital.
Lucky you were with us, Gene.
Do you remember asking me to go to America and look for your horse?
Yeah. You said no.
I've changed my mind. I'll go.
This is the emergency falling in kit. I don't expect any of the things will fit.
Linny's cast-offs are a bit narrow for me.
And mine are too wide, I know. And they're all too short. Why are you going to the States?
Well, maybe I owe it to him.
Who, Dave?
Yes.
If anyone owes anything, surely he owes you.
No. No, if I'd been quicker, he'd never have gone in. I was abysmally slow.
Oh, nonsense. Nothing could have prevented an accident like that.
That accident was attempted murder.
No.
Oh, it was.
Convince me.
The boy and girl have disappeared.
We don't know that. They may have come down the towpath and seen you were all right. They might have a dozen reasons for not wanting to stay.
The boy stood on the stern of that punt for far too long. He should have been helping with the rope.
I don't think he realized what a jam they were in, not like the girl did.
The first time he moved, he hit Dave on the head.
Yes, well, punt poles can be clumsy things. And he couldn't have counted on Dave standing in so vulnerable a spot.
He'd been standing there most of the way.
Well, how could the boy and girl know that? And no one would deliberately put themselves in so much danger to bait a trap.
Wouldn't they?
Well, no one except you. And anyway, how did they know we were on the river at all and coming down through the harbour lock? How long did you expect them to wait there clinging to the post? How did they know which boat to hail?
The best accidents always look as if there couldn't possibly be anything else. I'd like to take a closer look at that post.
But why on God's earth should anyone want to kill Dave? It was a simple accident, Gene. It had to be.
Did it?
Gene.
You'll agree I'm a sort of specialist in arranging accidents?
But not usually fatal ones.
No, thank God. Just a general stage managing of events. So the victim believes that what happens to him is just mischance.
You sprung more hairs that way than...
So I'm apt to spot a rig-up when I see one.
On this occasion, I think you're wrong, that's all.
Okay. And I'll spend my holiday in Putney.
No, Gene.
But whatever special powers your strange and little-known branch of the civil service may have, one thing it can't do is stop me taking my holiday where I like.
You know what I mean. If you stay by yourself in that dreadful flat with no work to do, you'll kill yourself.
Yes. Maybe the temporary touch of the blues I seem to be having would drive me as far as that.
You seem to be having, Gene. You are, I know that. Ever since your break-up with that girl.
It's my fault. I always knew that marriage would never break. And so we had to. But I hadn't realized you took such a serious view of my touch of the blues.
I think I'm right to.
Yes, maybe you are. So your surprise on the phone this morning wasn't surprise at finding me at home, but at finding me alive.
That's about it.
I suppose that's why you're so determined to send me on any old wild goose chase.
Well, it's hardly that. 3 world-class stallions disappearing. Is that an accident you can believe in?
Yes, it is. Especially when somebody tries to get rid of the man who bought 2 of them. Oh, I know you still don't believe in it. But you're happy that I should. Isn't that the score?
Well...
suits me. I'm going anyway. But first, I want to return to that post marked danger. We've got the empty punt tied up behind us.
Don't go in the punt, Linny.
I'm not going near it. I hate the thing.
I'm not too keen on the whole setup. I can't help thinking of the legend of the sirens.
Ah, the sea nymphs who sat on a rock near a whirlpool and attracted passing sailors with their pretty faces.
Yes, and lured them to their deaths. Come to think of it, that girl was an attractive little piece.
Don't! Do be careful, Mr. Hawkins.
Watch it, Gene. We can't have you going in twice on the same day.
I know. Not enough spare clothes.
Mr. Hawkins!
There. As I expected. You see this? A newly cut rope still attached to the danger post. Now, this is the end of the punt's painter rope. The girl cut it when she knew we were right in position.
But how on earth did they know we were here?
Well, I reckon they've been tailing us on the way up. See the name of the outfit the punt belongs to on that metal plate?
Yes.
Isn't that the name of the pub we had drinks at on our way?
Yes. You mean...
Yes, I do. They picked us up there and got on ahead. Tied her on the danger post until we hove in sight. Yes, it's dead simple. Then the girl cut the painter rope and began yelling. Now that pub... Young Peter was taking photographs, wasn't he?
Yes, he finished up his film there.
I wonder. There's a chance he may have got a photograph of them.
Come on, Daddy, let's get away from here.
You're right, Linny. We've done enough.
I'd like to keep the punt overnight and have it gone over for fingerprints.
There's no stopping you, Gene, is there? Okay, I'll arrange.
And then I'll go off to America.
Ah, yes. Yes, now, America. What will be your first point of call, Gene?
Insurance company. Make contact with my oppo.
You mean your opposition or your opposite number?
It could be either. I'll have to see.
When's all this going to be?
Tomorrow, I'd say.
Goodness.
Yes, Lily, it's all happening now. Now, how about getting back to London? Do you feel up to driving your car?
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Hawkins, I was hoping you would. There's been something about this afternoon. I think you drive better than me.
Ah, thank you, Linny. You've cooked a very nice supper. I don't know how you did so out of my meagre larder.
Soup and anchovies on scrambled eggs. It was ideal for me. I can't cook much else. No one is going to marry me for my cordon bleu.
Oh, I wouldn't worry if I were you.
I was hungry. Funny that.
It's a long time since lunch.
A terribly long time. I'm so glad you're alive.
I'm so glad Dave Teller is.
Both of you. It was the worst thing in my whole life when you didn't surface. Why don't you have any pictures on your walls?
Oh, there are some in that trunk over there, but I don't like them much. Well, not enough to bother with hanging them up. Hey, do you know it's after 10? I better take you back or your hostel will shut you out.
Oh, yes, I think perhaps you'd better. Well, I didn't know if you'd think me very rude, dashing off as soon as we'd finished eating.
No, your mother is quite right to tell you to be cautious. A little Red Riding Hood couldn't tell a wolf from her grandmother. And you never can rely on a woodcutter turning up in the nick of time.
You do say extraordinary things. As if you could read my mind.
I could. Hey, you better get that cardigan on. It'll be cold outside.
Okay.
Here, you've dropped your handkerchief.
Oh, thanks. Oh, it's the one Peter found in the punt.
In the punt?
Yes, in a crack between two of the cushions. He gave it to me because it was too small for him. Too sissy.
Did you find anything else?
I don't think so. I mean, it isn't stealing or anything, is it, to keep her handkerchief? I'll give it to her, of course, if she comes back, but by the time Peter was sitting in the punt, they'd already been gone for ages.
No, it's not stealing. But may I have a look at it?
Of course.
Is this picture on it something out of Walt Disney?
It's Yogi Bear.
Who's Yogi Bear?
Oh, I can't believe it. He's a character in a lot of cartoon films, like Atom Ant and the Flintstones.
Oh, I've seen the Flintstones.
Well, like them, then. The same people make Yogi Bear.
Do you mind if I keep it for a day or two?
Of course not, if you really want to, but surely it hasn't any value.
You never know. It may have a great deal. And now I'm taking you back.
I'm really all right now. You don't need to come.
Oh, yes, I do. Your father said to look after you, and I'm seeing you safe to your door, so come on. After you.
What do you actually do in the civil service?
I interview people.
What sort of people?
Well, people who want jobs in government departments.
Oh, a sort of personnel officer.
Sort of.
Sounds a bit drizz.
Oh, the sun shines occasionally.
Oh, you're pretty quick. We only made up drizz yesterday.
That's a very useful word.
Yes, we thought so too. Covers a lot of things nicely.
Like wet boyfriends.
It would be pretty drizz to have a wet boyfriend after you. I could do with a drive.
Drive if you like, but I'm seeing you back. And mind you drive carefully while I'm in America.
I will.
I wish you blind traffic wardens and foam rubber bumpers. All right. And back you come. Left hard down.
Walt Princella.
Hello.
Well, Gene, you've come a long way.
Dave Teller's idea.
And how do you take to the buttress life setup?
Oh, fine, Walt. High on customer appeal on the floor below.
And not so high up here.
Well, I expect it's here where the work is done.
I guess so. And you're looking for horses. Do you do much of that?
Practically none. How about you?
If you mean was it I who didn't find the other, then no, it wasn't. Buttress Life had a pay-up for Alex years ago. $1,643,729. Give or take a nickel. Showman, the first one, was insured with another company.
Accident or design?
Well, now that you've come, design. Before I wasn't sure.
Oh, no. I'm on holiday.
I checked you out.
Oh, yes.
I wanted to know just what sort of limey busybody was being wished on me. You're a screener. I mentioned your name in 2 places, the FBI and CIA. I got a positive reaction from both. It seems you're a major stumbling block in the way of the planting of spies in certain government departments and places like biological warfare research laboratories.
Kind of them to say so.
And what's more, you passed on some useful warnings to our people at Fort Detrick. They say the other side have tried to deter you rather roughly once or twice.
Yes, that's why I always carry this Luger under my arm now.
Well, you've a clean bill with our boys, and how?
And with you?
They said you didn't like the limelight.
It's all yours. Right, fill me in then. How did Chrysalis get lost?
They were taking him in a horse van from Kennedy Airport to Lexington, Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
They loaded Chrysalis and 4 others in the van, drove westwards from New York on the Pennsylvania Turnpike.
Time?
Left Kennedy 4 p.m. Monday. Last Monday, that is.
Mm-hmm.
Estimated Lexington midday Tuesday, 700 miles.
Stops?
Yeah, that's where the trouble started.
How come?
At the first stop, they took turns to eat. Drivers first, grooms after.
So there was always someone guarding the horses. All correct so far.
Yeah, but the grooms say the drivers didn't give them long enough for their meal. So afterwards, they all ate together.
Leaving the horses unguarded.
Exactly. Now, it was in Ohio that the van was hijacked, and it was over the state border in Kentucky when it was found.
Hijacked? Well, that's the first I've heard of that.
It was hijacked by mistake, for a truck full of liquor which was about 20 miles behind it along the road. The vans looked alike, same size, same color.
How did it happen?
Well, while they were at lunch, someone drove off with the whole works.
But surely the driver took the keys.
This was an expert job. A direct wire contact from the battery terminals to the starter motor.
So then what?
The drivers called the police. But it wasn't until Wednesday morning that the van was found off the road in Kentucky. But no horses. The ramps were down, and all the horses were let out to create a diversion. To get the cops off the tails of the hijackers by making them chase horses all over.
And it worked?
Yeah. So the owners kicked up a stink. All the horses were valuable, but only Chrysalis was insured with butlers.
Did they get all the others back?
Yeah, but Chrysalis had as good as disappeared off the face of the earth.
Well, how do you know the hijackers meant to take the liquor truck?
The only thing they left in the horse van was a screwed-up scrap of paper. It was a note of the Times the liquor truck made its daily run along that route.
It was Chrysalis they really wanted. That timetable note was a blind.
But why should anyone want to steal a stallion? That's what's got us all floored. It's the stallion's name that brings in the stud fee. If someone's stolen Chrysalis, what's the point? They can't advertise him for stud, so he isn't worth a dime.
I'm not so sure. Suppose there's some sort of substitution going on.
How do you mean?
I'm not clear of the details yet, but a stallion gets the top fees because he throws the best horses, right?
Yeah.
Well, suppose some crook stole Chrysalis and Alix and Showman before him to play a waiting game. Now, suppose he substitutes Chrysalis for some mediocre stallion. He throws the best stock. This soon gets around, and he can put up the stud fees of the mediocre horse he's been substituted for.
That'd take time. 2 or 3 years. Would it be worth it?
Of course it would. Do you realize a top stallion stud fee can be as much as $10,000 or more? Now, he's probably booked for 30 or 40 mares a year. That's well over $250,000. There's tremendous money in it.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Chrysalis could be worth having after all, named or not named.
And those others. Now, what happened to Alix?
Well, I only know about that from the files. French horse delivered safely. But 4 days after he arrived, there was a fire in the stables one night. They let the horses out into a small corral.
And found them gone in the morning?
Yeah, there was a broken fence. But they were all recovered except Alix. The company had to face the fact he probably got into the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains and maybe broke his neck. In the end, they paid up.
And what about Showman?
I don't know how he got loose. But they found him. Dead.
Where?
In the Appalachians. He came from that area, same as the others. But then Lexington has more stud farms than anywhere else in the States.
You went down to Lexington last week?
Flew there Wednesday when Mrs. Teller called us.
Mrs. Dave Teller?
Mm-hmm. Oh, she's English, like you.
I'll go down there tomorrow. Will you come?
Okay. Though I'd like you to see Mrs. Teller alone. Get your own impression, like.
All right. And could you see the grooms and drivers again?
Yeah, what do you want to know?
I want to know all the cars and trucks they can remember seeing on the road all the way from Kennedy to the place they lost the horses.
That's a tall order, isn't it?
Well, on those turnpikes, you sometimes see the same cars over and over. The ones going your way, that is. You see them at rest stops and so on, right?
Yeah, but after a week, I don't know I'll get much out of those fellas.
Well, it's worth a try anyway. It'll give you a thing to do while I have my lone interview with Mrs. Teller. I can't wait. What's Midway Farm like?
Oh, you'll see. It's got prosperity printed on its gateposts.
Let's take our drinks down to the pool. I'm going for a swim.
Okay by me.
So, you're the man who fished Dave out of the river?
Yes.
He telephoned me yesterday. He says I am to trust you entirely. Come on in and swim. There are plenty of swimsuits in the hut.
No, thanks. I'll sit here on the terrace and watch you.
You've hardly touched your drink. You're not one of those softies who can't hold their drink, are you?
Chrysalis?
Do you ride?
I can, but I don't.
Why not?
I haven't a horse, nor a kingdom to give for one.
Drink your whiskey.
In a while.
Well, then, strip off and get in the pool.
No, thanks.
Why not?
I like it as I am.
Don't you do anything?
How many people knew the time Chrysalis would leave Kennedy Airport?
God, you're a bloody bore.
Well, don't you want the horse back?
No. As far as I'm concerned, we'd be a lot better off with the insurance. Oh, I'm getting in the water. Take your clothes off, for God's sake. Or are you afraid of that pink-white slug body the English usually bring over here?
I better be going.
Do what you damn well like.
Well, I always like to please my hostess.
That's better.
There are some sun shorts here and a shirt. If you must know, I've too many bruises to want to strip off, but I'll put these on.
Gracious of you.
How many people knew the Chrysalis shipping date?
Half Kentucky, I guess. Wasn't any goddamn secret. I called 6 or 7 of the syndicate to let them know. They've asked me to. Here, fix me another drink, will you?
Okay.
What's the matter with your legs?
Same as your husband's, only mine didn't break.
At least I've got you to put your city clothes in the hut. Here, what's this?
Put that down. And put the safety catch back on.
Mr. Hawkins, what do you do for a living?
I'm a civil servant.
With this Luger?
Do you know what you're doing with that?
Yes. Making you look down the barrel of your own gun, enjoying it?
Indifferent, really.
You're a cool bastard, I must say.
You won't shoot me.
Why not?
I'm not insured for $1.5 million.
Do you mean you think that I shot Chrysalis?
It is possible.
You're a goddamn fool.
So are you, if I may say so. That gun goes off very easily.
Does it? I'll throw it away, then.
It's lucky the glass was any nearer to you. And I'll have that gun back and put the safety catch on before you try any more games.
Games? Well, what do I have but games? Bridge and golf, all games.
My Luger, too?
I just thought I'd make you sweat.
Why?
That's a good question. A very good question. All games. Life is all bloody games.
And we're all poor bloody losers.
Oh, bring the trolley over, will you?
Sure. There you are.
Thanks. Hello? Oh, hello, Dave. I hadn't expected you to ring again so soon. How are you? Good. I'm sure you know best, Dave. You stay as long as you like. Your Mr. Hawkins is here. Just call on me now. Dave wants to talk to you.
Oh, thanks. Hello?
Hey, Gene?
Yes?
Look, fella, Sim and I want you back here in England for a conference. Can you get a plane tomorrow?
But the fare.
Oh, to hell with the fare. You got a return ticket.
All right.
You found that horse yet?
No.
Do you think you will?
I don't know yet.
Well, I'll see you Thursday, then. Bye.
Goodbye.
Stay to lunch.
No, thanks. I must get back to New York. Arrange about tomorrow's plane.
Are you married?
No.
Divorced?
No, I've never been married at all.
Are you queer?
No.
And why aren't you married?
But I haven't found anybody who will marry me.
Don't be ridiculous. You must have women lying down for you in droves.
It's not the same thing.
So you live all alone?
That's right.
No parents?
Both dead, and I've no brothers and no sisters. Anything else?
Stay the night.
I'm sorry, but I can't.
I have a mother, and sisters and brothers, and dozens of relations, and a husband and a son, and all this. I have bloody everything.
I have bloody everything.
Hey, Sim, look who's here. Hi, Gene. Glad to see you.
How are you both?
Well, if you discount ropes and pulleys and slings and plaster that are supporting my leg in this in the air, well, I'm very well, thank you. This hospital's all right, but the food is goddamn terrible.
Don't take any notice of him, Gene. I sat here and watched him eat perfectly good meals.
How's the investigation?
I got Walt Pranceller to question the grooms and drivers again, to see if they could remember any vehicles which had been with them a lot on their journey. Well, you know how it is. Often you see the same vehicles time and time again going your way.
Any possibles?
Yes, one. A grey station wagon trailing some furniture. One of those trailers you hire.
Yeah, Snail Express things.
Yes, yes. Walt's checking with Snail Express on the off chance.
Good. How's my wife?
Oh, very well.
What was she doing when you called?
Sunbathing, swimming. There's a heat wave coast to coast.
She gave you a drink, I hope?
Oh, yes.
Hey, we're moving, you know.
No.
Well, Eunice, she loves the ocean. And in Kentucky, we're as far from it as can be. We're moving to California.
Ah.
I put in a bid for a place just before I came over this time, and it was accepted. We'll do very well out there, I've no doubt. Yeah. Sim says that you were convinced that I was pushed into the river on purpose. Now, have you changed your mind?
No, I have not.
We've come up with one or two things that make it almost certain that you're right.
Yes. First thing was I went to Dave's hotel in London to collect some things for him.
Mm-hmm.
They'd had inquiries from a lady journalist for Dave, and they'd given her my address. The girl said she was from Stud and Stable, and it was urgent. Well, I checked with Stud and Stable, and they had no one trying to contact Dave.
So it was easy to follow us the whole way up.
Oh, easiest thing in the world.
And the 5 feet that was missing from the punt's mooring rope had been used to tie it securely to that danger post while they waited for us.
Yes, so I'll agree, Gene, that the accident was staged and that you were right and I was wrong, which, I seem to remember vaguely, has happened once or twice before.
Have you had any results with the handkerchief?
Only negative. None of the Yogi Bear concessionists in this country imported it.
I'll take it back to the States and try there. After all, the boy and girl were almost certainly American.
How do you reckon that, Gene?
Well, the boy shouted, "Can you help us, sir?" And that sir comes a great deal more commonly from Americans than from the English. And besides, as the boatman said, he spoke like they do on the telly. Well, there are a lot of American and mid-Atlantic voices on the telly.
They were American, I agree.
You are guarding against them having another go.
All precautions. And Dave will stay here till you've got it all wrapped up.
So what's your next move, Gene?
Find someone who can identify Chrysalis if we think we're on his track. English horses have no tattoo numbers like American.
Yeah, gee, I never thought of that.
But there's a stable lad, Sam Kitchens, who knew him well. Now, he'll be at Ascot this afternoon. I'm going down there to see him.
How'd you find out about him?
Oh, I spent some of the morning at the British Bloodstock Agency, traced Chrysalis's ownership back, and they made a few phone calls.
When do you sleep, fella?
I don't.
He's mad.
You get used to it. The first 8 years are the worst.
And this is the guy you trust your daughter with?
Well, we hadn't mentioned that.
What?
Well, we'd like you to take Lenny back with you to the States.
She's going to visit with Eunice for a while.
Well, I'd be glad to. On a slow boat via New Zealand, if you like.
No, she's too young for you.
Yes, she is indeed. Where will I collect her?
Lenny will be at the Victoria Air Terminal at 8:30 tomorrow morning. All right?
Fine. Can I have the handkerchief?
Oh, yes, I've got it here.
And I'll get Peter's photographs blown up tomorrow in New York. And then it'll simply be a matter of sifting through 200 million inhabitants.
I still don't understand, Sim, how you can trust your daughter to a fella like this.
I've never been to America before. How long before we land?
About an hour.
Will I like Mrs. Teller?
Haven't you met her before?
Once, when I was little, but I don't remember her.
She isn't easy to forget.
Exactly. That there's something odd about me going to stay with her. Well, of course, I said I'd love to. And who wouldn't go off on any trip to get away from school, let alone a super one like this? But I distinctly think that Daddy and Mr. Teller have an ulterior motive, and I want to know what it is.
They want her to have company.
Me?
To prevent her drinking too much alone.
Wow. You're not serious.
They didn't say so. I'm only guessing.
But I can't stop her drinking.
Well, don't try. They think your being there will make her put the brakes on. Well, that's my guess, anyway. She doesn't get drunk, and you'll like her all right. So long as your ears don't fall off.
My mother wouldn't approve of her.
Quite likely not.
I expect that's why I've only met her once.
Now, it'll be late morning by the time we've booked in at the Biltmore. I have to spend the day with Walt Pranceller at the insurance office. Then we go on to Lexington tomorrow. What are you going to do?
Look at New York. Look at every building I've always heard about.
That's the way. You'll find everything seems to speed up when you get to America.
Dave Teller does you all right. The Biltmore, no less.
Yes, he's very generous. It's pleasant for a drink at the end of the day.
I'll say. And what a day we've had.
Your staff have been very helpful.
How are the trailers?
27 are okay. Of the other 8, 5 don't answer, and 3 have no phone.
I gather they went all over.
Oh, Nebraska, Kentucky, New Mexico, everywhere. But what success have you had with Yogi Bear?
To start with, it's not Yogi Bear. The handkerchief came from Japan.
Oh.
Several of the firms phoned their West Coast offices for me. No dice. It seems as if half the souvenirs sold in the West are made in Japan. But all these Yogi Bear concessionists say that this isn't Yogi Bear at all. It's the wrong-shaped head. So, if this handkerchief was sold at or near Yellowstone Park, it could have come from any two-bit import business. As it's not Yogi Bear, no one will have to pay commission to use the picture. And there isn't any way that I know of finding who brought it into the country and sold it to where.
We could start from the other end.
Are you plumb nuts? You can't mean what I think you mean.
One of the Snail Express trailers was checked in at Rock Springs, Wyoming, and it's still there. They haven't had another customer for it yet. And I've asked them to hold it until I've had a look at it.
Why that one particularly?
Because it's in the same state as Yellowstone, and because it gives me an itch.
Yellowstone must be 300 miles from Rock Springs.
I know. I shall fly down and then hire a car.
I think it's a waste of time.
I've time to waste. I'll keep in touch by phone.
Good. Oh, here are your photographs. They've come out pretty well, I think.
Yes. Yes, very well. Here's Linny. Well, how have you got on?
I've had a fabulous day.
Oh, may I introduce Walt Pranceller, Linny Keeble.
Hello.
How do you do, Miss Keeble? Glad to know you. Well, if you'll excuse me, I must be off. Good night, Gene. Good night, Miss Keeble.
Good night.
Whatever's bitten him?
Oh, he's had a tiring day, and he's going home to his wife.
Oh, do you know what you're saying?
Frequently.
Anyway, you look a lot tireder than he does.
Oh, that's most encouraging.
What should we do this evening? Or do you want to rest?
No, I'll go wherever you want, Linny. Let's go over and get a drink, and you tell me.
Well, first of all, I'd like to go on a long taxi ride to go everywhere in the city I haven't managed to see this afternoon.
Fair enough.
And then there's a glass-walled restaurant looking down across the lights of Broadway and Times Square. I should like to have dinner there.
It's a date.
That'll make this the most fabulous, fantastic day.
Good.
I'll remember it as long as I live. Then, will you be coming with me to Lexington tomorrow?
Yes. I have to see if there are any hairs from Chrysalis's mane in the horse box.
Is that all you've got to identify him by?
Well, Sam Kitchens, the stable lad in England who looked after him, he said he's the only horse he ever knew who liked sardines.
Sardines?
It's quite a lot to go on, really, isn't it? And I have a horse box to look at a place called Rock Springs.
Sure you can look at the trailer. Now?
Well, if you don't mind.
You're welcome. I'm agent for Snail Express, you see. I've 4 in at the moment, all come from different places. Which one do you want to see?
The biggest.
It's that one. Came in last Saturday from New York State. Yeah, I got a note of it. Yeah, renting charge paid in advance for 1 week. The week wasn't up until Monday.
Do you remember who brought it in here?
Let's see. Oh, yes, an old guy. Can't remember much about him. He had white hair, I guess.
What sort of car did he have to pull the trailer?
I helped him unhitch a station wagon, I think. Gray, maybe?
It wasn't either of the 2 young people in this photograph.
No. Look inside if you want to. I swept it out.
Well, why did you do that?
I always do. It was pretty clean, though, already.
Yes. No sign even of a horsehair.
Well, you wouldn't expect one, would you?
As a matter of fact, I was hoping. But look here. This trailer has a roof that opens right out.
Yes, some of the larger ones do. It's to make it easier to load tall things.
Yes, like a horse. Well, thanks. Now I've 300 miles to go looking for a handkerchief. What?
Hello, Gene. Where are you?
In a little town called Jackson. It's in Dude Ranch country, sort of place people go for holidays on ranches that are set up especially for them, so they can go riding feeling like cowboys.
I know.
Well, the main street's lined with souvenir shops, and at the 5th there was a pile of our sort of Yogi Bears. Hey, and Walt, they recognized the boy and girl from the photograph. Well, they're highly thought of here, and they run one of these holiday ranches.
So you're going to stay there?
Yes. It's called High Z Ranch, Jackson. So keep on my track if I don't ring you each day. I shall call myself Hockner and try and change my appearance a bit. Well, they never heard me speak, so I don't think I'll be recognized.
And they've plenty of horses there?
Yeah, quite a lot, apparently. Now, I've left all the details with you, so will you arrange to get Sam Kitchens over from England?
Anything you say, Gene. And that Dave Teller will pay for.
Oh, he'll pay all right. I'll be ringing you again, but sooner or later we'll need Kitchens, so let's get him now. In the meantime, I shall be looking for a horse that likes sardines.
Mr. Hockner, how nice to have you with us.
I'm glad you could take me at such short notice, with the 4th coming up next weekend.
We're seldom full this early in the season. I'll show you straight to your cabin if you like. Then you can freshen up and come along to the ranch house for dinner later on. There'll be a bell to let you know when. This way.
It's a great place you have here.
People say there's no finer view of the Teton Range or the Rockies than we have here.
It's a view good enough for a chocolate box. Has this always been a dude ranch? I mean, it seems a bit hilly for cattle.
Always a dude ranch. My grandfather built it about 40 years ago. How did you hear of us?
I asked in Jackson for somewhere good and fairly quiet out in the mountains.
Who recommended us?
Just a man in the street.
I see.
What do you do in the winter?
We moved down south. Well, snow completely blocks this valley from November through March. Most years it's May before we come back. We usually open the ranch the 2nd week in June, but the canyons are often impassable then.
What do you do with the horses?
Oh, they go down on the plain on a friend's ranch. This is your cabin. There's a bathroom through there. And you'll probably need to light the stove in the evenings. The snow's only melted here 2 or 3 weeks ago, and the nights are cold. Light the logs with 2 or 3 handfuls of that.
What is it?
Pep. Mixture of diesel oil and sawdust. There's an ice machine out back of the kitchen if you want to make drinks. Most guests bring their own liquor. We don't sell it. I expect you'll want to go riding tomorrow. We usually fix that up after dinner. Have you everything you need?
Yes, everything, thanks.
Oh, we'll see you at dinner then. I'll put you with the Wilkinsons. He's a very friendly man, staying here with his wife and 2 children.
Nice to have you join our party, Mr. Hawkins. Well, I'm glad we had time for a stroll before dinner. Give you some idea of the setup.
Yes.
The wranglers will have the horses out here for us in the morning. You have to know that no one calls cowboys cowboys except in the movies. Cowhand is possible, but the right word is wrangler.
I'll remember that.
The wranglers herd the horses, and the horses are here for we dudes to ride. They turn the horses out in the hills every night and go up and herd them down in the morning. They only bring in the number they need. They just leave the rest out.
So sometimes a horse could be out for a week at a time?
I guess so.
What are those horses in the paddock there? They seem pretty solidly railed in.
Oh, some foals and 1 or 2 horses they keep for stud, I think. They breed most of the horses on this ranch.
I see. Do they have many stallions?
3 or 4.
That's a nice-looking bay.
It's funny you should say that. One of the wranglers was talking to me about him the other day. He's a half-breed Matt bought in Laramie 2 or 3 weeks back. This wrangler didn't like him.
Why not?
Not enough bone for these hills. They turn the horses out on the hills over here because there isn't enough pasture in the valley to feed them. They go miles away most nights. Well, let's go into dinner. I expect you'll be riding with us first thing in the morning.
Not till later in the day. I may have to go into Jackson early tomorrow, but I'll join you later. In the meantime, I'm looking forward to meeting your wife and children at dinner. And then I shall take a walk round the ranch, if I can. I'd like to get the feel of it at night. Come on, boy. Come on. I've something you'll like. Yes. Sugar. All horses like sugar, don't they? Yes. I've bought a special supply of groceries to bring to you and your friends. I brought something else, too. It's not so easy to carry these. Come on, boy. Now, what do you think of those? Oh. Don't like 'em, eh? I don't blame you, chum. I don't know of a horse who likes sardines. Bar one. There you are. You have some more sugar. Yes. Right. That's enough for you. Now, how about your friend here? What does he like? There's no doubt about you. Another sugar horse. Now, what about this fellow standing back? You're the one I'm interested in. Here. Does this smell remind you of anything? My God, I believe it does. Yes, you're remembering, aren't you, chum? Smelling some faraway scent. Yes. There's the boy. There's the boy. There's the sardine horse. Go on. Go on, I've plenty more. You take the lot. Walt?
I'm here, Gene.
I found him.
Who?
Chrysalis.
Can you be sure?
I will be. I'm mailing to you 4 hairs from his mane for your experts to compare with the ones of Chrysalis's I sent you from Lexington.
Can do. Now then, what's the next step? Do I get the police or do you?
Neither. I want to set up an exchange.
What?
Well, when's Sam Kitchen's arriving?
Well, today, I hope.
There's going to be a lot for him to do. And 3 days of waiting here for me, playing and having a holiday on a dude ranch.
But why are you so sure you spotted him?
Well, I thought I recognized him. And last night, I went into his paddock. I swear it's Chrysalis. And he's certainly not the half-breed they all pretend. His head and his neck. Well, you can see he's a thoroughbred. And he likes sardines. Now, look, Walt. What I plan to do is this. 3 nights from now... It's all right, old fellow. Don't be afraid now. I know the man frightened you, but he's a friend who's come to meet us. You took the wrong path when you ran off up here. But we'll get you back. I'm not afraid, see? Come on now. Come on. That's better. Now, we mustn't let Walt think that we can't do this bit together. Not after we've been all over the mountains. That's it. There. There, you've made it. Good fella. Good fella.
I'm sorry, Gene. I did the wrong thing. I should have stayed down with the van, but I saw a torch, so...
It's all right, Walt. It might have been disaster, but it's all over now. I've got Chrysalis. Is that Sam Kitchens there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Take a torch and check him over, will you?
Right.
Have you got the replacement, Walt?
Yeah, he's in the van. Bought him for $500. A crossbay, but the best we'll do, Sam Kitchen says, unless we bought a thoroughbred.
And you've got his papers with you to cover you if there are any questions asked on your way back.
Oh, yeah.
It's Chrysalis, all right.
Oh, good.
See that tiny scar up there, under his shoulder?
Huh?
Well, he cut himself on a metal gatepost when he were a 2-year-old. And the way his hide grows in a whirl there, inside the hock.
Ah, yeah.
Well, besides knowing him for his general shape, I'd swear to those other things in any court.
Oh, let's get back to the van. Come on, old boy. Come on. Come on. Was the cut from the gatepost bad enough to be treated by a vet?
Yeah, 5 or 6 stitches.
Well, take good care of him till you get him back to Lexington.
Well, aren't you coming with us? It's too late for you to go back.
No, I'll meet you at Idaho Falls as we arranged.
Well, Look, it's not safe to go back.
I'll be fine.
Well, have you found anything new while you've been at the ranch?
Very little. But I bugged Yola and Matt Clive's cabin. Yola had a telephone call one night to a third party who's clearly involved, called Uncle Bark.
Uncle Bark?
Yes, it's a funny name. And the boy Matt's back. Now, Yola was telling this Uncle Bark that Matt had written to say he had to give up Europe and that he couldn't get near to you-know-who, from which we deduce that Dave Teller is being adequately guarded. And apparently, something goddamn stupid happened to upset the Clive's plans. Something that made Dave Teller's removal necessary in the first place. And it happened after the horse had been stolen. Well, here we are at the van. Dave's head man with you?
Yeah.
Well, let's have my replacement horse, and you get Chrysalis in the van, Sam.
Right, sir.
There's the fellow. You're coming for a ride with me, old chap.
I still think you should come with us, Gene.
No. No, if I scarper, it's too obvious. I must be there knowing nothing about anything at breakfast in the morning.
What a fuss. You'd think they'd lost the deeds of a gold mine.
Yes, they do seem worried. Can they be sure the horse is lost? Maybe up in the hills, surely.
Well, the wranglers are out now, searching.
Well, I'm glad they found the dear little foals anyway.
Oh, Samantha sure likes those foals.
Oh, I do.
Good girl. Yes, they hadn't gone far, had they, Samantha? But perhaps this older horse went further. They may find him yet.
I hope so.
Yola's in a shocking state.
I felt she was checking us all in at breakfast.
What, to be sure there wasn't a cattle rustler among us who vanished into the night?
Something like that.
Oh, here's Matt.
Listen, everybody. I guess you know we've had a bit of trouble here this morning. Someone let out the foals and horses from their paddock over there. Now, if it was any of you kids, we'd sure like to know about it. Or does anyone know if the gate wasn't properly fastened at any time?
Well, I'm sure any of the guests would speak up at once if we could help you. But if you think it wasn't an accident, shouldn't you call in the police?
We are seriously thinking of it. One of the stallions is quite valuable. But to save any possible embarrassment, we want to be quite sure that none of the guests had left the gate open by accident.
Well, everyone here seems quite sure of that.
Yes. Yes, they do. Well, if anyone has any second thoughts, I'd be grateful if they'd come and talk to us.
Well, I must get my bill and go over to my cabin to pack.
Oh, yes, of course. You're off this morning.
Yes, unfortunately.
Well, we'll see you again before you go. I doubt there'll be any riding for guests yet with all the wranglers out on this search. I'll be doing one or two things to the car this morning, so I'll be seeing you.
Stay where you are, Mr. Hoppner.
What? I don't understand. I've just paid my bill and got my receipt, and... Why the gun?
What do you think, Matt?
It's the same man. Definitely.
Where's our horse?
I don't know. Why do you ask me?
Because you know.
Excuse me, I have my packing to finish. I've paid the bill and I'm leaving this morning.
You're not going anywhere, friend.
Why not?
You get that horse back here and then you can go, not before.
I can't get him back. I don't know where he is. On the other hand, several friends of mine do know where I am, and they'll be expecting me to be leaving here this morning. I'm unlikely to go around saying I stole a horse from the Clives. Now, if you do nothing, and I now drive safely away, you may hear no more of it. That's the best I can offer. But you will not, whatever you do, recover that horse.
You don't know what I'm going to do, Mr. Interfering Englishman. Oh!
That'll only put him out. How long for?
Long enough. We'll leave him by the stove and light the whole tub with his pep. Sawdust and diesel oil. It'll suffocate him before he burns. We'll make it look as if he'd fallen and hit his head on the stove. Well, come on, Yola. Help me pull him over. We'll settle this guy so he doesn't come up this time.
Wilkinson, help me get this stuff in the car.
Well, of course, but what's the matter?
Well, let me help too, Mr. Hockner.
I'm making a quick getaway. a disagreement with the Clives.
Well, I'm sorry to hear about that. Why, there's Yola now. She's going back into the ranch house.
Yes, I think to get her gun, but I don't think she'll dare to use it with you and Samantha here.
Well, you can't mean it.
Oh, I do, Wilkie, but don't you worry. She won't use it on you. Well, goodbye, Wilkinson. Goodbye, Samantha. Thanks for your help. I fixed a date with a friend a few hundred miles up the road, and I've got to hurry to keep it. Goodbye.
Who put you through what meat grinder? You look like the bridegroom on the 10th night.
Well, you should have seen me when I made my date with Walt Princeller at the motel at Idaho Falls. I was out with concussion for nearly 24 hours.
You still look as though you need sleep.
Yeah, I do, Linny. I don't know if Mrs. Teller could give me a bed or... Well, there's a motel.
Stay here. Of course you're staying here.
Oh, thanks, then. Oh, shall I take it?
Of course.
It may be my call to England. Mr. Teller?
Hi, Gene. Hey, listen, I heard it on Newsflash not half an hour ago. Chrysalis just plain turned up.
He sure did.
And he's well?
Top-class form.
Where'd he been?
Oh, it's a long story, and wires have ears, but the expenses stand right now at somewhere near $6,300. Is that enough for you, or do you want me to go on for some answers?
To what questions, fella?
To why Chrysalis was hijacked, and why you fell in the river. Oh, and another thing. Do you want Alex back?
Oh, for God's sake, do you know where he is?
No, but maybe I could find him.
Now listen, fella, apart from curiosity, is there any good reason for finding these answers?
Forestalling repetition?
No more stolen stallions and no more attacks on me.
That's right.
Well, I'll buy the answers, then, if you can get them. As for Alex, if you think there's any chance of finding him alive and vigorous, then I guess I'm morally obliged to give you the go-ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it would mean repaying the insurance money.
Yeah.
He'll be 12 now, and that would give him only about 6 or 8 more years of high potency.
Mm.
But his get from before his disappearance are winning all over Europe. Now, blood-wise, it would be criminal not to get him back.
All right, I'll see what I can do.
What you spent on finding Chrysalis is less than his fee for covering a single mare. You've a free hand again for Alex.
Right.
Oh, Gene.
Hmm?
Sim Keeble says you've got 7 days extension of leave.
Yes.
I guess I could fix with him for more if the extra week isn't enough.
Well, if I haven't finished by then, I'll have failed anyway, and may as well go home.
Yeah. I'll leave it to you, fella. Now, may I speak to Eunice?
Yes, she's just here. Just a sec. There you are.
Thanks.
Honey, you there?
Yes, darling.
Hi. Hi, how's it going?
Oh, don't ask me how he did it, Dave. I don't know.
How's Lily?
She's fine, sure. Dave, we're taking a trip tomorrow out to California. I'll measure up the curtains for the new place, things like that. And Linny can have some days on the beach and try some surfing. So look, Dave, why don't we take Jean with us? I've made reservations at the Vacationer in Santa Barbara. They're bound to have another room.
Yeah, sure do.
I don't know what he's been getting up to finding Chrysalis, but he's in pretty poor shape. I'm giving him a meal now and packing him off to bed early.
When the blue of the night meets the gold. I was all for early bed, but I hadn't bargained on someone else being in my room. What do you want?
What do you think? Does silence mean no?
I'm afraid it does.
You did say you weren't queer.
No, I'm not, but I do have one unbreakable rule. And that is not to sleep with the wives or daughters of the men I work for.
That includes Linny?
Yes, it does.
Well, I'm damned. You mean the night you spent in New York with her, you didn't even try?
It wouldn't have been much good if I had.
Oh, don't you believe it. She never takes her eyes off you. When you were away, she talked about nothing else.
You must be wrong.
I wasn't born yesterday. She has 2 photographs of you as well. The ones her brother took of you on the river.
But she shouldn't.
Maybe she shouldn't, but she does.
You expected me to say no?
I thought you might, but it was worth a try.
Eunice, you are nuts.
I'm bored.
Well, that puts me into the golf and bridge category. You're still playing games.
At least you're goddamn human.
What do you like best about moving to California?
Your mind's like a bloody grasshopper. What's that got to do with sex?
Well, you tell me and I'll tell you.
Oh, for God's sake. Fixing up the rooms, I guess.
You did all these?
So what?
Oh, so why don't you start in business doing it for other people?
I'm no bloody genius.
But you have an eye for colour. No, more than that, for mood. This is the most comforting house I have ever been in.
Comforting?
Yeah. Laugh, clown, laugh, that sort of thing. You can fill other people, even though you feel empty yourself.
How do you know?
Well, I know.
And I suppose what it has to do with sex is that interior decorating would be a suitable sublimation for a middle-aged woman whose physical attraction is fading faster than her appetite.
No. No, the opposite. Playing games is easier than working.
Oh, spell it out. You're talking goddamn riddles.
Sex, casual sex, can be a way of avoiding any real effort. A lover may be a sublimation for a deeper need. People who can't face the demands of one may be apt for passing their time with the other.
I don't understand a bloody word.
Well, thousands of people never try anything serious because they're afraid of failing.
And what if they do bloody fail? What then?
Well, I haven't got that one licked myself yet.
Oh, God. The blind leading the blind. Just like the whole bloody human race.
Yeah. We all stumble along in the dark, and that is a fact.
I don't know if you'll believe it, but I've been utterly faithful to Dave. Except for this.
I'm sure of it.
I'm sco. I guess I'm tight.
Better than loose?
Oh, for God's sake, spare me the puns. I suppose if you're looking for that bloody horse Alix, there's no chance of you coming to California.
I wish there were.
Goddamn liar. Good night.
I understand, Mr. Harris, that you run the most extensive record section of all the stud magazines.
I like to think so, and word has gone round that you assisted in Chrysalis's return.
You could say that.
I thought Mrs. Teller made a most tactful statement to the press, so what can I do for you, Mr. Hawkins?
I'm looking for Alix and Showman.
Showman? But he was found dead, surely.
I'm not satisfied that it was Showman.
Oh, I see.
Now, all through this case, no one's been able to understand why anyone should want to steal a well-known stallion.
Well, exactly. Being unable to use the name and pedigree would seem to make it a useless property.
Yes, but suppose one could find a stallion whose fee has risen sharply over the last few years, one who has sired much better stock than was ever expected. Might not the stolen stallion be being used in his stead, and so vastly increase his stud fee?
It's possible, I suppose.
Now, what I would like is 4 lists. One of stallions whose fee have risen steadily over the last 8 or 9 years.
Yeah.
Another of those who've proved considerably more successful at stud than one would have expected from their own breeding. And a 3rd list of all this year's 2-year-olds who've proved conspicuously better at racing than one would have expected from their breeding.
Yeah. By the end of the day, we should be able to provide you with that.
Oh, and there's a final list. I want a list of all horse breeders who might be known as Bark.
Oh, unusual. Numbered of Barclays, of course. The Barkay Ranch. Oh, yeah, we can sort that out. Could you call back at 5 o'clock, and I'll hope to have something ready?
Well, Mr. Harris?
Mr. Hawkins.
You found them?
Well, we might have done. We came across 12 possibles which appeared on the first 2 lists, and one of the sires of the 2-year-olds fits your requirements and comes from the same farm as one of the first 12. You follow me?
On your heels.
I've 2 names with the same owner which seem possible. Movie maker, age 14 years, present stud fee $10,000. Centigrade, age 12 years, this year's stud fee $1,500, fee next year $2,500. Both standing at Orpheus Farm, Los Cayos, the property of Cullum James Upham.
Movie maker and centigrade, Showman and Alix. As clear as a frosty sky.
Movie maker cost $150,000 at public auction. Since then, I estimate that Offen has been paid somewhere near $2.5 million in stud fees.
And Centigrade will earn $100,000 this year alone.
But Cullen James Offen is so well regarded. I simply can't believe it. He's accepted as one of the top-ranked breeders. And, of course, there's no connection with the name of Bark.
Oh, but there is. Mr. Harris, you're no musician. Haven't you ever heard of Orpheus in the Underworld by Offenbach? So I want you to come along too, Walt. Yeah. That is, if Buttress Life would be willing to send you from coast to coast, if Elix was the crock of gold at the end of the rainbow. Los Cayos is a short distance northeast of Los Angeles, and I thought of staying a bit further south on the coast.
If you like.
Come to the Vacationer, Grand Beach, Santa Barbara, then. I'll meet you there tomorrow.
Hey, who's paying?
Oh, Buttress Life and Dave Teller can fight that one out between them. I'll put the motel bill on Teller's expenses. Can you ring the fare out of your office?
Yeah, I guess so. But my wife and kids aren't going to like it.
Oh?
I was fixing to take them on a picnic this Sunday.
Postpone it for a week.
It's been postponed twice already on your account.
Oh.
Well, around 6 tomorrow local time, that do?
That would do very well.
Okay. See you, Gene.
You two look marvelous. There's something about the California sun that... Well, you both look as if you're filled with it.
We are. It's heaven. And dinner out here on the terrace. All these coloured lights on the sand. I've never seen anything so lovely.
Eunice, have you by any chance heard of a racehorse breeder called Cullen James Offen?
Heard of him? Of course I have. Everyone has.
Well, I hadn't until Gene mentioned him.
Well, I mean, everyone in the bloodstock world would have heard of him. He has a terrifically successful stallion called Movie Maker. And Dave says we ought to think of sending mares to another one of his, Centigrade. The first crop of foals are winning 2-year-old races this season all over the place. But quite apart from that, I guess we'll be seeing a good deal of him from now on.
Oh, why?
Our new place is right next to his.
What did you say?
Our new place, where we're moving to, is right across the road from Offen. We shall look right into his stables.
No.
Why are you laughing? What's so funny?
No, it's not funny. Far from it. Do you know Cullen James Offen personally?
Not yet. Does it matter?
It might be wiser not to make friends with him in too much of a hurry.
Why not?
It might prove too much of a prickly flower. I'll know more soon. Walt and I will be seeing him tomorrow.
Well, have you seen all you want, gentlemen?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Offen. It's just these new fire regulations. I have to make a report and give a description of precautions in each stable.
Yeah, I understand. And you made a thorough check on Movie Maker and Centigrade and their accommodation?
Yes, 2 very fine stallions you have there, Mr. Offen.
Well, they're certainly in great demand. Well, I'll leave you with Kiddo here. He'll show you anything else you want to see.
Thank you. Goodbye, Mr. Offen.
Goodbye.
You've been here long?
5 or 6 months.
You must be good to get a job like this so young.
I got a feeling for horses, you see. Mares, they foal down nearly always at night. Comes from having to give birth in the dark in the wild, you understand?
Why in the dark?
Well, they drop 'em by day. Some hungry hyena comes along and kills the foal in the first half hour. Well, foals now, they're readier to run at birth than most other critters, but you got to give 'em half an hour to dry off.
But they don't have to run here.
Well, nature don't know that. And then, you see, I always know when a mare's ready.
How do you know?
Well, I don't know how I know. I just got a feeling for it. I've been with horses, you see, all my life.
Ah. Where were you before you came here?
Oh, all over. I had a job in Lexington a while back, but they said I didn't keep good time turning up at work. Then I was in Maryland. Then I saw the advertisement for here, and I wrote Mr. Offen. Seems he didn't want no great businessman, just someone with a feeling for the mares. And he's keeping me on, he says. Though there was 2 before me he let go after they'd been here a month.
Well, thank you, kiddo. It's been interesting talking to you.
Let me see you to your car.
He's no idea what's going on.
Unless he's a brilliant actor.
No, he wasn't acting. None of the signs.
Can you always tell?
That's one of those unanswerable questions. I have a feeling for it. Like Kiddo and his mares. But if it lets me down sometimes, how am I to know?
Have you ever passed as clear someone who turned out to be a spy?
Once. The counter-espionage chaps turned him in 6 months later. But he'd done a good deal of damage and the press took it up.
Which you took to heart.
I guess so.
And now you're so good at it, they beat you up. What do you think when that happened?
There's a big fish coming down the pipeline, and they want me out of the way.
So you look all the harder.
Well, you could say so, yes.
They'll kill you one of these days. I suppose you don't care.
There are lots of others in the department. Now, we'll see Eunice and Linny at lunch. If you can distract Linny for a few moments, there's something I want to ask Eunice. I want to pay Mr. Offen another visit.
What for?
I want to bug his desk, for one thing. Has Linny still got those photographs of me?
Don't worry. In a fire, she'd save them first.
I'd like Cullum James Offen to see them.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about you and Linny driving over to pay a neighbourly call on Cullum James this afternoon. And you could easily, dearest Eunice, tell him about me pulling Dave out of the Thames, and Linny could show him my photograph. Especially the one of me sitting by a table outside the pub. That group of all of us.
Oh, you really can't be so pleased with yourself as all that. For God's sake, why?
An experiment.
That's no answer.
Earning my keep at the vacationer.
Finding that bloody horse.
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
You don't mean... Oh, surely you can't mean that Offen has anything to do with it?
I'd like to make sure he hasn't.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess that's not too much to ask, sure. I'll get Linny to come with me.
I shall be waiting outside, waiting to go in when you've gone. Oh, and tell him I'm looking for Alix.
I wish I knew what your game was. How about Chrysalis?
Whatever you like. Say Dave employed me to get him back.
I don't know why I'm doing this.
More interesting than golf?
Is it a game?
Well, like hunting bears.
Oh, yes. A sport.
Why the mass depression?
You're late.
Look, I told you not to wait dinner for me.
We were considering a search party.
You have been comparing notes.
I think it's terrible of you. Wicked. To have made me go there and deliberately put you in such frightful danger.
Linny, stop it. I was in no danger. Well, here I am, aren't I?
But Walt said...
Well, Walt needs his brain seeing to...
You didn't tell me you'd arranged for Orphan to know you were the man who took Chrysalis.
And you didn't tell me that the couple in the background Linny showed Cullum Offen had tried to kill you, too.
Well, you'd never have let Linny show it to him?
No.
Just as well I didn't.
And you deliberately misled me by saying you wanted to clear off, and that wasn't true.
No. But I did want you to behave naturally with him. Anyway, why all the fuss?
We almost thought, as you were gone so long, that that they...
They didn't.
But will you please explain why? Why did you want me to give you away like that?
Several reasons. One was to make Dave safer.
I don't see how.
By letting Offen know, and through him the Clives, that we could prove the Clives were in England and beside the Thames on the day of Dave's accident. Well, murder by accident is only a good idea as long as there's no apparent connection with the victim. Now, we've shown them that we know their motive and their connection. And they must know now that if Dave were killed, they'd be the first suspects. So it's less likely they'll try again.
Crikey. Go on.
Well, when Walt and I went to Orpheus Farm this morning, Offen wasn't worried. He's just had one horse taken from him, but he wasn't worried about losing two more.
He hasn't got them. I was sure Cullum Offen wouldn't steal horses. I mean, he's respected.
To be respected is the best cover in the world for fraud. But I thought it'd be helpful if he knew for certain that I was the man he had to thank for losing Chrysalis, and that I was interested in Movie Maker and Centigrade. But still, when I went back this afternoon, he still wasn't frightened. He thought the whole thing a hell of a joke, pretending to be taken in by my questions about insurance. So it's clear that the two horses standing in his barn are, in fact, Movie Maker and Centigrade.
I think it only proves that you're barking up the wrong tree. He isn't worried simply because he isn't guilty of anything.
You liked him?
Yes, he was bloody sweet.
Yes, I thought so too. And he was nice about you.
Can neither of you understand that a pleasant social manner can coexist with fraud and murder? Oh, here, I've kept you waiting long enough. Come on, let's have dinner.
Shall we go and freshen up, Linny?
Yes, let's.
Well, what else?
I put a bug on the underside of his desk. I was late back because I was listening. He called Yola and told her about my visit. I left the recording set hidden in a hedge and then came back here.
And you really mean that those two horses are Movie Maker and Centigrade?
Oh, sure. Those horses will have been tattooed inside their mouths with an identity number when they first began to race. It'll be very easy to establish that they are the right two.
You don't think Mrs. Teller's right, that he never had Showman and Alex at all?
I'll play you his call to Yola sometime. He had the foresight to whisk those horses away from Orpheus Farm when we got Chrysalis. He was more or less waiting for something like our visit this morning. No flies on Cullum James, I'm afraid.
How do we find them? Oh, yeah, I rang the Buttress Life office about the Clives' winter quarters. Their agent in Jackson came back with the information within 20 minutes. They're well known and liked in the town, of course.
Oh, of course.
The Clives have a house in Pittsfield Boulevard, Las Vegas.
Facilities for horses?
No, that's up in the Arizona mountains. Not all that way away, I'd seem.
And that's where Showman and Alex will have been taken to. Now, Yola's tied up at the guest house with 30 guests, and Matt's not there. Where is he, then? Looking after Showman and Alex. And what better place than their deserted winter quarters?
What now, then?
Now, I shall get Dave Teller's chief man, Sam Hengelman, over with a horse box. Fix a decoy to get Matt Clive out of the way and carry on as before.
But how will you get him out of the way?
With your help. But I shall have to think.
If it goes as smoothly as the Chrysalis trip, we shan't have anything to complain of. The place is empty, you say?
Except for Matt Clive. I watched it all yesterday. It's a one-eyed little dump and nobody else there at all. But Showman and Alex are. I got into the barn and found 2 horses with movie makers and centigrades numbers tattooed inside their mouths. They're being used as the duplicates for those horses, all right.
There's things people get up to. I've worked for Mr. Teller for 10 years now. Everything always perfectly straight.
Long may it remain so, Sam. Perhaps I'm telling you too much, anyway.
Well, I want to know what's happening. How have you got Matt Clive out of the way?
I staged a little mock burglary in his house in Las Vegas. Waltz persuaded him to go in to meet him about the insurance. I checked out that he'd left before I met up with you.
It should be clear, then. How long driving from Las Vegas?
2 hours.
Uh-huh. Well, that gives us till just before 11 to get clear.
Or longer than that. Now, Walt will see that their business takes an hour. And my information is that Matt likes a gamble. He's been stuck out of that god-awful little farm for over a week. And I would think he'll stay on at Las Vegas and make a night of it.
Oh, hell.
What's the matter?
That gauge.
The temperature gauge. Hey, it's on red.
I know. Something's wrong.
I'll say it is. But what?
I'll tell you in a minute. Damn. As I thought. Water.
Yes, that's pretty obvious.
Gasket.
No water in the radiator.
Right.
And if we go on, the engine will seize up?
Right again.
I suppose you don't carry any extra water in the van?
We sure do. Never travel without it.
Well, can't we pour some in the radiator?
Yeah, we can. There's 2 gallons. Won't get us very far.
13 miles out of Kingman. We could just about get back there. 7 to the farm.
There's an extra gasket, of course.
A spare one?
Yeah, sure. Always carry a full set of spares.
Well, how long will it take you to fix it?
Cylinder head gasket, say 3 hours.
3 hours?
It won't take much less. Well, what do you want to do?
Matt Clive looked as though he was dressed for staying in Las Vegas. Now, if he does, we're all right. If he comes straight back, we all land up at the farm at midnight. If you're willing, we'll take the risk.
I'm willing.
Then change that gasket.
Well, we've made it.
Not a sign of a light anywhere in the farm. Stop here, will you, and leave the headlights on?
Not much of a place, is it?
No. If you'll unclip the ramp, I'll fetch the horses. 1 at a time, I think.
Okay.
I'll go across to the barn. No need to waste time.
Hey, Gene! Look out! There's a car heading straight for you!
Gene, get out of the way! What the hell are you doing? Trying to get you out of the way!
Gene! He was going straight for you.
Walt! Walt saved me. Where did he come from?
He was in the car that came up behind me.
But he was knocked down. Where's a torch? Walt! Walt!
Gene.
Yes?
Came to help you.
Yes. Thanks, Walt.
This is it. This is really it.
Walt.
I want to...
Is there any heartbeat?
No. No, there's no pulse. Nothing at all. It should be me lying here, not Walt. Oh, why wasn't it me? It wouldn't have mattered to me. It wouldn't have mattered at all.
Hey, how about the guy in the other car? He looks very still.
Let's see. With a crash against a wall like that, I'm not surprised. Yes, it's Matt Clive, all right. He was waiting for us. And all he did was get Walt and kill himself.
What did he do?
Well, give me a moment. That's Walt's car there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he drove up with the devil on his tail and jumped out and ran down after you. The young guy must have been there all the time waiting for us. He came roaring out and drove straight at you. I couldn't have stopped him. Walt was halfway down the yard.
Yes. Matt had been here all the time, not in Las Vegas, not on the road, but lying in ambush, waiting in his car.
Well, what the heck do we do now?
We're taking the horses.
We can't.
We've got to. For Walt's sake, and your sake, and Dave Teller's sake, and for my sake. What do you propose? We call the police and explain what we're all doing here?
We'll have to.
No, definitely not. Now get the horses into the van.
We'll never get away with it.
Oh, yes, we will. As long as you take those horses back to Lexington and never tell anyone, anybody at all, what happened here tonight. You've collected 2 horses. That's all. Just forget the rest.
But how can I
forget? Look. I've arranged things before. There's a rule where I come from. You take a risk, you get into a mess, and you get out. Now, Walt threw himself in the way of that car to save me. Matt didn't intend to kill him. You didn't see a murder. Matt drove straight into that wall himself, and that was an accident, too. Only 2 motor accidents. But you must have seen dozens.
But these were no acts.
Forget it. Get the horses into the van and draw it out of the yard. I'll get a broom and remove our tire marks. I shall ring Buttress Life tomorrow and say that I'm worried about Walt. Tell them he had a date out here, and they'll send someone and discover the accident.
But you can't just leave him here.
Do you think I don't hate myself? It's the only thing to do. Within a week, everything will be back to normal for you at Lexington, and I shall be back in England.
Hello, Gene. Linny, my darling. How are you?
Splendid, Daddy. Gorgeous trip. The heat and the surfing in California. Oh, you've no idea.
And you got on well with Eunice?
Fabulously. She's absolutely sweet.
And what's Gene been doing?
Well, he has been on the beach with us some of the time.
Did you find the horses, Gene?
Yes.
All 3?
With help.
I told Dave I'd drop you off at the hospital when we leave the airport. He's still strung up, but he hopes to be out next week.
I have a lot to tell him, and there's a lot he'll have to decide.
You don't look well.
Oh, I'll live.
I don't want to say goodbye. I want to see you again.
Well, you will.
I mean often.
What do you say to that, Gene?
She's too young.
I'll get older. Will 21 do?
Well, will it?
Yeah, of course. But I'll tell you one thing. You need never ring me up again to be sure that I haven't killed myself. I've a reason to survive now.
What? Linny?
Partly. And partly a man named Walt Pransella.
The Jack Benny Program, transcribed and presented by Lucky Strike, the cigarette that's toasted to taste better.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette. They taste fine. Tobacco, it's light. Tobacco, it's mild. Tobacco, too. And it's toasted. Yes, it's toasted. Because the toasting brings the flavor right through. So to get better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
This is Don Wilson. You know, that song tells an important story to smokers. Simply, it's this. Lucky's taste better. First, because Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And then this fine tobacco is toasted. Yes, the fine, mild, good-tasting tobacco in every Lucky is toasted to taste even better. It's toasted. The famous Lucky Strike process brings Lucky's fine tobacco to its very peak of flavor, tones up this naturally good-tasting tobacco to make it taste even better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. So next time you buy cigarettes, make it a carton of better-tasting Lucky Strike. Be happy. Go Lucky.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight Jack Benny does another of his regular TV shows over the CBS network. But this is the Halloween season, and Halloween is synonymous with fun, whether you live in Beverly Hills, Brooklyn, Sioux City, or Portland. So let's go back to last year, the day after Halloween, and see what went on in the Jack Benny household.
Oh, Rochester, has Don Wilson come over yet?
Yes, sir. He's waiting for you in the den.
Good. No, I also called Dennis and told him to be over. Is he here?
No, sir, he phoned and said he'd be a little late.
That's funny. Dennis is always on time. I wonder what delayed him.
He said that last night was Halloween and some kids took the wheels off his bicycle.
Well, why didn't he take the Sunset Bus?
They took the wheels off of that, too.
Well, that's what Dennis gets for living in that kind of a neighborhood. I'm glad the kids around here aren't that rowdy.
Me too, boss.
By the way, Rochester, go out and take the bathtub off the front porch and put it back in the house again. Well, what are you waiting for? Take the bathtub off the front porch.
Okay, but there ain't much gas in the car.
Gas in the car? What's that got to do with it?
The front porch is in Pasadena.
What?
And Pasadena's in Pomona.
Oh, stop being silly and do what I tell you.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to the library and talk to Don. Shine on, harvest moon, up in the sky. I ain't had... Uh-oh. I better hide those bicycle wheels. Dennis is liable to get sore. I'll put them in the closet. I ain't had no lovin' since January, February, June, or July. La, la. The other months weren't so good either. Oh, well. Hi, Don.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Jack.
No, Polly. Polly, you're supposed to call me Daddy.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Isn't that a little silly, having a parrot call you Daddy?
I don't think so, Don. After all, I take care of her, feed her, talk to her, and I was the one who nursed her when she was sick.
Polly was sick?
Terribly sick. No, Polly, you're over it now. So cute, isn't he? Or he's so cute, I don't know. Yes, Don, she was very sick, and... Well, there's the phone. I'll get it. Hello?
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. This is Dennis.
Oh, Dennis, we're waiting for you. What's taking you so long?
I couldn't get a taxi.
Oh.
So my mother's driving me over in her steamroller.
Your mother? I thought it was your Uncle Herman that drove the steamroller.
Not anymore.
Why, what happened?
Well, yesterday something was wrong with the front roller, so he got out to take a look at it, and some kids played the meanest Halloween trick.
Dennis, that's terrible. Where's your uncle now?
Well, you know that white line that runs down the middle of Wilshire Boulevard?
Uh-huh.
The dark part of it is Uncle Herman.
Now, Dennis, will you stop making up things like that? Your uncle passed here this morning.
Didn't he look thin?
Oh, hang up and get over here, will you?
Yes, sir.
What a kid. He gets sillier every day. I remember once he called me... Don, stop eating Polly's crackers. For heaven's sake.
I was just picking them up to feed to her. Jack, how long do parrots live?
Oh, a long time, Don. Some of them live for years and years.
How old is this one?
63. And she's still got all her feathers.
That's more than you can say.
Don, don't be so comical, will you? Be the straight man that you always are, will you, please? And lately, you always try to be... Rochester, will you answer the phone, please?
Yes, sir. Jack Benny's residence, star, stage, screen, radio, television, and we'll sell 2 bicycle wheels at ridiculously low prices.
Hello, Rochester. This is Dennis. Please tell Mr. Ben... Hey, what did you say about 2 bicycle wheels?
Uh-oh, me very sorry. You have long number. Maybe you have better luck by and by. So long, egg for young.
Rochester, I try talking to Rochester, and all the time I talking to Chinese boy.
So sorry, no Rochester, nobody here except us chop suey. Chop, chop. Goodbye, please.
Rochester, give me that telephone. Hello, who is this?
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. This is Dennis, and Rochester said you had a pair of bicycle wheels.
So sorry, long nubla. Goodbye.
Mr. Benny.
Dennis, let's stop this kidding. Believe me, kid, if you'd only take my advice and stop talking silly all the time and just sing, you'd really go places.
No, I won't.
Why not?
I've got no wheels on my bicycle.
Oh, goodbye. You know, Don, sometimes I don't know why I waste my time talking to that kid.
Oh, Dennis is okay. Well, speaking of wasting time, Jack, I've been here now nearly a half hour, and you still haven't told me what you wanted me to come over for.
Oh, yes, Don, it's about the Quartet.
The Sportsmen?
Yes. Now, I've been thinking this over seriously for quite a long time now, and I finally made up my mind. I'm going to fire them.
Fire them? But, Jack, they're one of the best singing groups in the country.
I'll admit that, but they never sing what I want them to. They're always singing crazy songs and embarrassing me. They have no respect for me. The other day when I asked, I practically begged them to do a certain tune. I think the baritone called me a dirty name.
You think?
Yes. Who knows what means? And anyway, Don, I want you to come with me to a lawyer because you're the one who's responsible for them.
Jack, you don't have to go to your lawyer.
Yes, I do. I want them to break their contract.
But you don't have enough reasons to fire them.
Yes, I have.
But they're wonderful singers, Jack. They're very popular, too, and they have a lot of fans. In fact, plenty of people tune into your program just to hear them, not you.
That's another reason. Believe me.
Now, look, Jack, don't be hasty. Why don't you give them another chance?
Well, I don't like to fire people. In fact, during my entire career in show business, I don't think I ever fired anybody.
Well, what about that bald-headed writer you used to have? You fired him, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I stopped paying him his salary, and after a couple of years, he quit. That's all that happened.
Well, his partner didn't quit, and he's not with you anymore.
Well, he starved to death. But, Don, if I give the Sportsmen another chance, do you think they'll mend their ways? They'll
I'm
do
sure of it,
something
Jack.
instead of those silly, crazy songs?
I'm just sure of it, Jack. In fact, I'll talk to them myself.
Well, all right. Well, let's forget about it.
Jack, I'm just as positive as I can be you won't regret this. Well, I'm going to be running along.
Oh, where are you going, Don?
Oh, nowhere in particular. I'll probably drop into the drugstore for some lunch.
Say, I'm kind of hungry, too. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, Mr. Benny?
Look, Mr. Wilson and I are going to have lunch at the drugstore. Come on, Don.
Okay, Jack. Well, Jack, here's the drugstore.
Yeah, this is a good place to eat at. Come on, let's go in. All the tables seem to be taken. Let's get those 2 stools at the end of the counter.
But there are 2 right here, Jack.
Oh, yes. I'll see if we can have them. Oh, waitress. Waitress.
What do you want, Mac?
Are these 2 stools available?
No, they're reserved for the Duke and Duchess of Windsor.
Come on, Don. Let's sit down.
What do you want to eat?
Well, I haven't made up my mind yet. Better take my friend's order first. What do you have, Don?
I can't make up my mind either.
Miss, maybe we better look at a menu. Have you got a menu?
Here.
Now, let me see.
Don't bend it. It's the only one we've got.
Look, I'm not.
And stop drooling. There's nothing on it that good.
Look, miss, all I want is a chicken sandwich.
I'll have the same.
Okay, I'll be back with the grub in a minute.
You know, Jack, I just can't understand how a girl like her can hold a job here.
Now, wait a minute, Don. Don't be too hard on her. You know, she's had a tough time of it. Do you know that she used to be a big star on Broadway?
Really?
Yep. For 3 years, she played the title role in The Voice of the Turtle. Notice the way her head keeps coming in and out all the time. What'll you have, Mac? You know? Say, Don.
Oh, excuse me a minute, Jack. Excuse me. The Sportsmen are sitting over there.
The Quartet? Where?
Yeah, over there in the corner. I want to talk to them a minute.
Well, remember, Don, will you give them a warning about what I said?
I'll talk to them about it.
Good do. It'd drive me nuts. Shine on, harvest moon up in the sky.
Hey, Mac. You want milk to drink with your sandwich, don't you?
Yeah, how'd you know?
Our coffee would knock you right off that stool.
All right. Just bring the milk. Yeah.
Now, fellas, please, do yourselves a favor. Take my advice. Don't sing that song for Jack. This is neither the time nor the place.
Oh, here he comes with that quartet.
Now, look, fellas, I'm telling you, for your own good.
What's the matter now, Don?
They want to sing a new number for you.
Here in the drugstore? I should say not. It'll be embarrassing.
I told you, fellas.
You see, Don, they won't listen to anybody. That's why I want to fire them.
But, Jack, they claim that this is a very beautiful song.
I don't care how beautiful
Boys,
it is.
he's mad at you anyway. Now, you better not do a thing.
Don, will you
boys,
keep him?
hold it.
Don, will
hold
you
it,
keep him
boys.
from singing?
Hey, nonny, ding, dong.
See, Don, this is why I want to fire him.
Ta-ra, shaboom.
Shaboom?
Ba-doo, ba-doo. Life could be a dream, shaboom.
Shaboom?
If I could take you
What does that
up
mean,
in
Don?
paradise
Shaboom.
above. Shaboom.
Shaboom.
If you would tell me I'm the only one that you love, life could be a dream, sweetheart.
What happened to Shaboom?
Hello again, shaboom. Oh, life could be a dream, shaboom.
Shaboom.
If only all my precious
I'd like
plans
to know
would
what
come
shaboom
true.
is.
Shaboom. If you would let me spend my whole life loving you, life could be a dream.
Shaboom.
Sweetheart.
Sweetheart? Don, you got to do something about these guys.
Something is on my mind. If you do what I want you to do, baby, we'll be so fine.
Right here in the drugstore.
Life could be a dream.
So embarrassed. I got to
If
fire
I could take you up to paradise up above. If you would tell me I'm the only one you love.
Life could be a dream, sweetheart, sweetheart. Shaboom, da boom, da boom, da boom, shaboom, sweetheart.
The only thing I understand is sweetheart now. Now look at us. Fellas, we're in the drugstore.
Pop on a Lucky and you will agree. Shaboom, 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 Mr. B. Shaboom. Lucky Strikes are made of light and fine tobacco. You'll get better taste than Lucky's, that's the fact. Yeah, Lucky Strikes are toasted.
Fellas, please. Fellas, everybody's looking at us in the drugstore. Fellas, we're in the drug... Don, I told you. Fellas, we're in the drugstore. People are not eating. Wait a minute. Boys, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Now, Don, that does it, Don. That's the last straw. I warned you. That if they...
But, Jack, I tried to...
Shaboom! What? No, I was a nice guy. I gave them another chance.
Jack, now, if you'd only...
I don't want to hear any more about it. I'm going to call a lawyer right now. We'll go over there and see if I can break my contract with that quartet. Now, come on, Don. Shaboom! Silliest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Is this the lawyer's office, Jack?
Yeah, Joseph S. Kearns, attorney at law. Let's go in. Pardon me, miss. I'd like to see Mr. Kearns.
Do you have an apartment?
I was better off with Shaboom. Well, What? What did you say?
Do you have an apartment?
Yes, I have an appointment.
What?
I said I have an appointment.
What?
An appointment.
Oh, go right in.
Shaboom.
Now, look, Mr. Smith, I'm a busy man. I can't stay on this phone all day. I told you I won't settle this case for less than $50,000. I'm sorry, Mr. Smith. Well, that's up to you, Mr. Smith. Goodbye.
Oh, hello, Mr. Kearns.
How do you do, Mr. Smith?
No. No, Benny. The name is Jack Benny.
Oh, yes, please forgive me. It's just that I've been so busy lately and have so many things on my mind.
Oh, I understand, Mr. Kearns. I'd like you to meet Don Wilson.
Ah, how do you do, Mr. Wilson?
How do you do?
Haven't we met before?
I don't think so.
That's funny. Your name is so familiar. Keeps running through my mind. Smith.
No, his name is Wilson.
Oh, yes, how stupid of me. Your name is Smith.
No, look, Smith was on the telephone, is it?
What happened to Benny?
Shaboom wasn't bad. Look, I'm Benny. It's my Jack Benny.
Oh, yes. Now, what can I do for you?
Well, Mr. Kearns, what I came to see you about...
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah.
Yeah? Oh, well, send them right in. This won't take long. It seems to be very urgent. A domestic case. Come in.
Mr. Kearns, I'll do the talking and you keep your big mouth shut.
My big mouth? Your lips could be stretched over a piano stool.
Now, we can settle this without harsh words.
That's okay with me. I want to divorce this jerk.
Very well, but you'll need grounds.
If I had that, I'd bury him.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Please, let's not resort to that. What are your names again?
Mr. and Mrs. Crossmeyer.
Very well, I'll file the application. Goodbye. Now, getting back to you. What did you come to see me about?
Well, you see...
Wait a minute, Don, I'll tell him. Mr. Kearns, as I started to say...
Oh, yes, I remember. You two wanted a divorce.
No, that's Crossmeyer.
Oh, of course. I had you confused with Mr. and Mrs. Wilson, who just left.
I'm Mr. Wilson.
Oh, yes, then you're Mr. Crossmeyer.
No, I'm Smith. I mean Benny.
Oh, yes, Benny Wilson.
Maybe.
Now, what's on your mind?
Well, I've got a quartet on my radio program, and I'd like to break their contract. Now, here it is. Would you just look over it?
Yes, it looks like an ironclad agreement. But Oh, excuse me. Yes? Huh? Oh, good. Send them in. It's that couple who were just in here for a divorce, Mr. and Mrs. Kearns.
No, your name is Kearns.
I mean Mr. and Mrs. Wilson.
Their name is Krausmeyer.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Jack, isn't this the lawyer who pleaded the case and got the jury so confused that they sent the judge up for 20 years?
Oh, so you read about it, huh?
Read about it? I thought he made up a joke. For heaven's sakes.
Come in.
Come, dollface, carry me over the threshold.
No, lover, you carry me. You're stronger.
Okay. Upsy-daisy.
Oops, not so high. I'll get a nosebleed.
Oh, come. I'm a busy man. Are you sure your minds are made up?
Yeah, me and Porfirio don't want a divorce.
Should we go back to Shaboom and start over again? Somebody has a line in here somewhere.
Fine. Fine. I won't file the application. And good luck to both of you.
Thank you.
Now, where were we?
Now, please. Well, please, let's not waste any more time. Benny is the name, Jack Benny. This is Mr. Wilson. Mr. and Mrs. Krausmeyer just left. You're Kearns, and Smith was on the phone. Now, tell me, Mr. Kearns, you said you knew how to break the contract with my quartet. Now, how are you going to do it?
Now, let's see. Since you're suing them for $50,000, we can...
I'm not suing them for $50,000.
Oh, yes, that was Krausmeyer.
Oh, that was Smith on the phone.
Well, what are you doing here?
All I know is I had an appointment.
Oh, yes, you came in here about a quartet. I remember now. You came in with this man here, Mr.
Eagle Bottom.
Now, Mr. Kearns, about my quartet. Mr. Kearns, about my quartet, you've got to break that contract. Now, here it is on your desk.
Oh, that one. I'm sorry, but that contract is unbreakable. You haven't got a chance. So I advise you, as a lawyer...
Oh, now what?
Come in.
I'm going to divorce you if it's the last thing I do, you spongehead.
That's gratitude for you. After we left here, I carried you all the way down the hall so you wouldn't tire your big flat feet.
Well, you didn't have to drop me down that laundry chute.
Look, I don't mean to get into this, but we're on the 12th floor, and you dropped your wife down the laundry chute?
I hit bottom like a sack of wet wash.
With your shape, how else could you hit?
Mr. Kearns?
I've got the applications right here.
Good. We'll see you in court. Goodbye.
Gee, that's a shame. They're such a nice couple.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about them. This has been going on for 20 years. They'll get back together, but I am worried about the children.
You mean they've been fighting for 20 years?
Oh,
They
yes.
have children?
That's the tragedy of divorce. Who's going to take care of the little ones?
And I think I have troubles. Mr. Kearns, I'm glad I dropped into your office today. I got a big home, a butler, a swimming pool, and I'm going to do something that'll make me happy, too. I'm going to have their children come home and live with me until their parents make up their minds.
Gosh, that's the noblest thing you've ever done, Mr. Krausmeyer.
Yes, it's a wonderful thing. And from now on, the children are your responsibility.
Well, good.
And the children are here, right in the next office.
May I see the little rascals now?
Well, you certainly may. Go right in.
Thank you. You? You're the children?
Shaboom, shaboom. Shaboom, shaboom.
Oh, for heaven's sakes. Come on, Don. Let's go.
Mr. Bean.
Shaboom.
Jack will be back in a minute to tell you about his television program, which goes on immediately after this show. But first, I'd like to say something important to you cigarette smokers. When you light up a Lucky, you can be sure you'll get the better taste you want. That's because a Lucky is toasted to taste better. Of course, the beginning of better taste is fine tobacco. LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And then it's toasted. That's the famous Lucky Strike process that brings Lucky's fine tobacco to its peak of flavor. Tones it up to make this naturally good-tasting tobacco taste even better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. Yes, that's why Lucky's taste better. It's the cigarette of fine tobacco, and it's toasted. So remember...
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette. They take fine tobacco, it's light tobacco, it's mild tobacco too. And it's toasted, yes, it's toasted, because the toasting brings the flavor right through. So to get better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
Ladies and gentlemen, I was going to tell you about my television show, but we're a little late, so tune in and watch it. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny Show tonight was written by Milt Josephsberg, John Tackerberry, Al Goldman, Al Gordon, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Marks. The Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, setting up shop as usual. And my stock in trade, as usual, is the unusual. I can offer you the unknown, the unexpected, and even the unearthly. It happens. Indeed, it happens to everyone. You find yourself in a strange city, and yet something inside you whispers, I have been here before. You see a strange face, but why is it so oddly familiar? They say history repeats itself. Therefore, we must repeat ourselves. If we are here now, then it follows we have been here before. And we shall be here again. Come in, sir. Have a seat.
Thank you. You are Senor Barlow?
Yes, sir. Call me Pete. Now, I'd like to show you...
I must make sure that you are Peter Barlow.
You can ask my secretary. I'm Pete Barlow, sales manager for the development. And let me tell you, sir, this is a blue-chip investment. You'll double your money in 5 years.
I have not come here to buy land, Senor Barlow.
You haven't? Then why are you here?
I have come to collect a debt.
A debt?
That is correct, senor.
What do you claim I owe you?
You owe me your heart.
Our mystery drama, The Golden Blood of the Sun, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars John Forsythe and Rita Gam. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Ladies and gentlemen, today our Man in the Street interview comes to you from Big City, USA. Excuse me, sir. What do you get high on?
I beg pardon?
You know, what do you turn on with?
What, you some kind of a cop? Well, it doesn't make any difference anyhow, because I don't use anything.
Then how do you get high?
Oh, I get high on a lot of things, like seeing my kids start to walk or the first dandelions in the park. You know.
Anything else?
Yeah, getting tired gives me a high. If it's a tired, from something I like bowling with the guys or taking a long bike ride. But, hey, would you believe polishing my car gives me a high? And it's even legal.
In other words, then, you get a natural high.
Yeah, natural, that's it. Which, incidentally, doesn't mean that you're high all the time. It'd be unreasonable to expect to be high all the time, you know?
It's like getting high on life.
Sure, but you got to remember, getting high on life could be habit forming.
This mini-interview was brought to you nationwide by the New York State Drug Abuse Control Commission.
For the best food anywhere in town, hop in the car and come on down and eat at your Wyatt Cafeteria. There's a handy Wyatt close to you. The food is great.
And thrifty, too.
At your nearby Wyatt Cafeteria.
Eat out at Wyatt's Cafeterias tonight. There's one in your neighborhood.
Oh, my goodness, it's cheaper than eating at home.
Eat at your nearby Wyatt Cafeteria.
Two things will happen to your air conditioning cost if you buy Carrier's Wrong One today. You'll beat the air conditioning price hike, and you'll save up to $72 a year on electricity. But wait, there's more. Carrier's SE Round Ones are twice as quiet as any other system on the market, and they're engineered to last. So save some money. Call your Carrier Dependable today.
Call Spencer Air Conditioning and Heating in Irving, your Carrier Dependable. For immediate installation, call Spencer Air Conditioning and Heating today.
They look down upon us from the walls of the museums, from the ruins of temples, those men and women who came before us in time. And what do we see when we gaze back? What do their faces tell us? We cannot say, because we no longer dream the dreams, nor do we see the visions of our ancestors. True, the past is preserved for us in stone and in bronze and on canvas, but it is merely the outer shell of the past. Where is the soul, the spirit, the beating heart? Especially the beating heart.
Yeah, the forecast is for rain again this weekend. Well, don't ask me what we're going to do. I'm just giving you the facts. Hold it, Bob, my other phone. Yes, Millicent, what is it? Send him in. Bob, I'll call you back. Right now I have to talk with the golden boy himself. Sit down, Peter.
Mr. Valentine, let's have this out right now. I know you don't like me.
I don't dislike you, Peter.
I know I wasn't your choice for general sales manager.
That's true. Peter, we go by the record. The record shows sales are down. Way down since you took over.
Well, we're selling a sun country resort. We're selling glorious weather. We simply haven't had any of that lately. We've had rain for the past 8 weekends in a row. Now, is that my fault?
Probably.
What are you saying?
Cause and effect. Before you came, we hardly ever had rain. Since you arrived, we've had nothing but. You could very well be a jinx.
Do you mean to tell me that you believe...
Peter, you're not a bad guy. You're even a pretty good salesman, but you're in the wrong place.
You've been trying to get rid of me since the day I arrived.
Peter, why do you insist on making this personal? You just aren't a sun country man. Go back home. You can do great in that ski development area in northern New England.
I can do great anywhere. I can sell anybody. I can sell anything. But I can't sell people if they don't show up. And they won't show up if it rains.
Exactly. Now, why suddenly does it rain here every weekend? The answer is you.
Mr. Valentine, you've stopped being funny.
I'm being scientific.
You have scientifically determined that I am the cause of the weekend rains.
Almost. But in all scientific investigation, a control is needed.
A control?
Exactly. We must establish what happens when you're not here. So take the weekend off.
What?
Go to Mexico City. Have a ball. The company will pick up the tab.
But the weekend is when I should be here selling.
Selling? To whom? Who comes in the rain? Now, this is Thursday, right?
Yes.
Suppose you go to Mexico City tomorrow morning, and we wind up having a beautiful sunny weekend here. Would that prove something?
My contract calls for me to be here every weekend.
Not if I send you to Mexico City on business.
What kind of business?
There's a Senor Mendoza who owns some property. We may buy it for a resort hotel. Go there. Look it over. Give me your opinion.
Well, I've never been to Mexico City.
Great. You'll have the time of your life. It's just over the mountains. Take the company plane.
I suppose I get there, and it rains here anyhow.
That's what we want to find out, isn't it?
Senor Barlow?
Yes?
Welcome to Mexico City. My father, Senor Mendoza, sent me to meet you.
How do you do?
My name is Irina.
Mine is Peter.
Please come with me. I have the car. You'll be our guest.
Oh, I've made a reservation at our hotel here.
No, my father insists.
Oh, that's very kind of him.
You will be wined, you will be dined, entertained.
That won't be hard to take.
And you will probably decide to advise your company to buy the estate.
What makes you so sure?
Because you will fall in love with it.
How do you know that?
Everyone does. And yet, I hope you will decide against buying it.
You do? Why?
This is the car.
Why do you hope I'll decide against buying it?
Do you like music?
Love it.
Then let's have some.
And now, why do you hope I'll decide against buying it?
I happen to be in love with it.
That's a very good reason.
But we must sell it. We need the money.
Yes, well, money in the end becomes the best of all reasons.
Why do you keep staring at me?
Well, was I staring?
Yes.
Well, you're probably the prettiest girl in Mexico City.
You were staring as if you knew me.
Well, how could I know you? I've never been here before.
What I don't understand is you look familiar to me, too. As if I knew you a long time ago.
Well, I'll tell you what that is. There are just so many basic facial types in the world. So a great many people are going to look alike.
I don't mean that. I have the feeling that I knew you once. Gold eagles.
Hold my hand, dearest one. Don't be frightened.
Will they kill us, gold eagles?
No, they would have killed us during the raid. See, they're being kind to us.
Why? And where are they taking us?
They're taking us to their city, to Tenochtitlan. Tenochtitlan.
What are you saying?
Who? Me? Nothing.
But you are. You keep on muttering. Tenochtitlan.
What?
Yes, Tenochtitlan.
I can't even say it.
You mean you've never heard that name before?
Is it a name?
Yes, Tenochtitlan. It was the ancient Aztec name for Mexico City.
What is that again?
Tenochtitlan. But why should you keep repeating it over and over?
I've no idea. I guess it's just another one of those crazy things that seems to be happening to me ever since I came to this country.
Senor Barlow's plate is empty. Please help him to some more.
No, thank you, Senor Mendoza. No more of anything.
If we are going to show Senor Barlow the estate, we should. His time is valuable.
I can assure you, Senor, I'm in no hurry.
The story is told of the gods, the ancient gods of this country, the greatest god of all, the supreme god of the Aztecs.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It is nothing.
Such a beautiful, delicate coffee cup. I'm so sorry.
But this was its ordained
I don't
fate.
understand how I could have dropped it.
No one lives. Nothing lasts forever.
What? What did you say?
I said, if I can remember. If I can remember. Our lives, Gold Eagle, must reconcile the opposites, age and youth, good and evil. We are born only that we may die.
But not to die young.
You are willing to die young to defend your city against us? Will you die young for your God?
Tezcatlipoca is not my God. He is the god of the Aztec. He is your God.
He is the supreme god of all Mexico. He is the mighty, the immortal, the magnificent Tezcatlipoca. Come, Gold Eagle. If he needs a few drops of blood, whose blood is it? Yours? It was always his.
I will not accept Tezcatlipoca. I will not.
Another cup of coffee, Senor Barlow?
Senor Barlow? Father, is something wrong with him?
Tezcatlipoca.
Senor.
What is it? Yeah.
Why do you keep saying Tezcatlipoca?
What am I saying?
Over and over again, Tezcatlipoca. What does that name mean to you?
Nothing. I don't know who or what it is. I never heard of it.
Tezcatlipoca is the supreme god of the Aztecs.
Really?
The god of the sun.
The sun?
Now, why should you, a perfect stranger in this country, keep saying the name of the ancient sun god? Have you ever studied the history of the ancient Mexican people?
No. Well, the truth is, I'm really not very much of a history student.
While you were saying this name, were you looking at anything?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, it could have been a dream. Therefore, you might have been somewhere talking to someone.
No. Now, wait. I seem to be aware of a golden glow.
Uh-huh. And
that's all.
Have you... I don't even know how to say this, but have you had any unusual thoughts about the sun lately?
The sun? It's odd that you should bring that up, but I've been accused...
Yes, you've been accused?
You know the resort that my company is developing in the valley?
Yes.
How often does it rain in that part of the world normally?
Well, a few sprinkles, perhaps, over the course of a year.
Well, there have been steady downpours for the past 8 weekends.
Oh, no. No, I find that impossible to believe.
My project manager holds me responsible.
For the rain?
Yes, the man said that I'm a jinx. He sent me here to prove that with me gone, there'll be sunshine back at the project.
Excuse me. Hello?
Mr. Peter Barlow, please.
One moment. Senor Barlow.
Thank you. Oh, hello?
Peter.
Yeah? Oh, yes, Mr. Valentine.
Thought you'd want to know. There's been a sudden shift in the weather. Not a cloud in sight. We've got a brilliant gold sun and a deep blue sky. How about that?
How about that indeed? You may say coincidence. Then I may ask, what is a coincidence? Mr. Webster says it's an accidental concurrence of unrelated events. Very good. But is there truly such a thing as an accident? Aren't all things, great and small in this world, somehow tied together? Not by accident, but by design. I shall return shortly with Act 2.
cold Budweiser, do you automatically reach for a glass? Well, sure, Bud's a great beer any way you drink it. But without a glass, you're really missing something. Now, take that wonderful Budweiser head of foam, for instance. Those bubbles, tiny though they are, still amount to something pretty special at the top of your glass. Taste appeal and eye appeal. Two results of exclusive beechwood aging and natural carbonation. It takes a lot longer to brew Budweiser that way, but brewing beer right does make a difference that you can taste. That's why when you say Budweiser, you've really said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Stove, refrigerator, dishwasher. You know why most kitchens end up looking just alike? You guessed it. Because most people who design kitchens think just alike. But the thing is that you're not just like everyone else. And with the St. Charles Kitchen through the Brad Pence Company, 2821 Ruth, we think and we ask. We think about the woman, or man for that matter, who's going to use the kitchen. We ask how much counter and storage space will be needed, how often meals are prepared, and for how many people. We ask many more critical questions, including whether you're left or right-handed. It's with this advanced planning that you can have top-quality cabinetry and maximum convenience in your kitchen. The conclusion is that this is not the easiest way to design a kitchen, but it explains why most St. Charles kitchens aren't alike. So when it comes to remodeling your kitchen or the design in a new custom home, consult the experts at Brad Pence Company, 2821 Ruth, your exclusive St. Charles designer across from the Quadrangle. How would you like to be Peter Barlow, a bright young man selling land in a Mexican resort, and discover that somehow you had upset the sun? Well, superstition may be superstition, but evidence is evidence. When Peter is in the area, it rains. When he's absent, there's sunshine. You can count on it. You can predict it. You can even bet on it.
Yes, indeed, Peter. We're having beautiful weather. The crowds are pouring in.
But
I'm already squared it with New York. You've been transferred to the New England ski development.
You mean that the weather is sunny out at the development?
It's gorgeous. How's the weather in Mexico City?
It looks cloudy.
Frankly, Peter, I think you ought to run our hotels in London. See you around.
Bye. Well, I don't know what to say. The weather has just turned great in the valley.
I'm sure it's...
My dear, in this world, can we be sure of anything? I think we had better ride out to the estates.
It's lovely country.
Yes. At one time, my family owned a great deal of it. Now we just have the estate near Cuernavaca. Have you ever been there?
No, I'm afraid I've never even heard of it.
You never heard of the famous Cuernavaca?
No.
Well, perhaps you knew it by its ancient name of Guanajuac.
Well, what makes you think I would know that?
Well, you seem to have a knowledge of ancient Mexican names.
Well, I'm not aware of it. I don't know how...
Think. The name. Guanajuac.
But I never...
Just think.
What are you trying to...
I'm trying to help you.
Help me? To do what?
I don't know. What is it that you feel you must do?
I don't feel I have to do anything.
That is not true.
Why do you say that?
Father?
Yes, my dear?
We'll be passing near the temple. Shall we stop?
Yes. It might be interesting for Senor Barlow.
Well, I'm not much for sightseeing, but if it's interesting...
It does not look like very much right now, but the most dramatic of all the ceremonies took place right there.
Oh, what kind were they?
Human sacrifice.
Sounds barbaric.
In this temple, the high priest of Tezcatlipoca stood ready with a knife made of glass, black glass, and he would cut out the heart of the victim.
That's not barbaric?
Oh, there was no pain, Death was immediate.
But the whole idea
Not
is...
your idea, perhaps. But it was a ritual of a people whose civilization is not to be despised.
There's the temple, Father.
Yes, by the side of the lake. In the old days, they would arrive by boat. A very joyous procession.
That's the temple, that crumbling heap of stones?
It was never a splendid place. It was used just once during the year and for one purpose only. It was never taken care of. Hardly ever repaired. All that was needed was the stairway leading to a chamber at the top where an altar of stone and a priest with a knife of glass waited. Gold Eagle.
Yes.
We have arrived. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Say goodbye now to soft cloud.
No, he must not go.
Children, this was agreed to.
Why must he die?
He will not die. He becomes part of the body and the spirit, the flesh and the blood of Tezcatlipoca.
No!
Are you a royal princess or a slave girl? You know your duty.
Don't go, Gold Eagle. Refuse.
Refuse?
They can't compel him.
Oh, yes. Yes, you may refuse, Gold Eagle, and spend the rest of your life as a slave.
But it will be life.
And you will spend every lifetime till eternity as a fugitive from the wrath of Tezcatlipoca.
You have no right to say anything. It is for him to decide.
He has already agreed. Gold Eagle.
His heart will be of no use to Tezcatlipoca if he is not freely given.
The sun is about to reach its highest point. We must decide, Gold Eagle. At this moment, we must know your decision.
Save yourself. Save yourself.
Speak.
I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
You interested in seeing the temple, Senor Barlow? Senor Barlow?
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
Father, what is wrong with you?
Senor Barlow, are you all right?
I don't know what to do.
It isn't the first time, Father. Sometimes he seems to be off somewhere else and says things you just can't understand.
I don't know what to do,
Senor Barlow.
Well, I must have dozed off.
No, Senor. You were having a nightmare, or was it a hallucination?
I'm afraid I don't know.
Senor, something has happened to you since you arrived in this country?
Yes, I'm sure something has.
Irina, we shall not visit the estate today. Turn back to the city. Senor Barlow must see a doctor.
A doctor? No.
Why not?
Because I'm all right.
Is that true, Senor? Are you really all right?
Well, I find nothing wrong. Pressure's normal. Pulse, temperature. I've taken some blood tests, but I have no reason to suspect anything.
What is wrong with me, Doctor?
On the face of it, nothing. You seem to be excited.
Excited? That's not the half of it. My whole career is down the drain.
Oh, you're not even 30. How can you make a statement like that?
I staked my future in this development company. I was building toward the top, but now it's all over. I'm through here.
You seem to have an affinity for the old, that is, the pre-Columbian Mexico. And you can't account for it.
No, sir. No way.
When did it start?
When I arrived here a few months ago.
And you heard voices?
Yes, sir.
What were the voices saying?
Well, I seem to have been an Indian, a Quanahuac Indian. Don't ask me what that means. Only ask me where I heard the word. At first, they were just voices, but each day things became more and more clear.
How?
I see things.
Things?
Yes. A valley, a beautiful valley. There were lovely buildings, tall temples, babbling fountains, and everywhere graceful, handsome people. And I see myself. walking with a man, an older man. My father.
Remember, my son, we are not warriors. We are singers. We are poets, painters, sculptors, craftsmen.
But the Aztec people, suppose they attack?
Then we shall fight as best we can.
Exactly, Father. Therefore, shouldn't we teach our young men the arts of war?
Gold Eagle, if we do so, then we shall become a nation of warriors. And thus, we shall have lost our culture in any event.
But it seems unfair.
No, the Aztecs will not destroy us. They raid us on occasion only because they must.
They must?
Yes. To keep the sun in the sky, they must sacrifice to him. And the sun god, Tezcatlipoca, accepts only the purest hearts. There are not enough of these among the Aztec people, so they must come to us.
I still say we must fight them.
I agree. But the best way to fight one's enemy is to be better than he is, and more worthy and precious to the gods.
Father, I cannot doubt your wisdom, but...
Doubt, my son. Doubt any man, but not the gods.
I cannot submit to the Aztec calmly.
You must.
I must.
It was foreseen at your birth, my son, that you would become a true child of Tezcatlipoca. Your blood would be his.
Me? A sacrifice to Tezcatlipoca?
I must not say sacrifice. A better and truer word would be gift. Yes, my son.
I don't understand. I don't understand. Don't understand.
Peter.
No, I don't understand.
Peter?
Yes, what is it?
Where were you?
Where was I?
Yes, for at least a minute your mind was somewhere else. Are you going to tell me you don't know?
Well, it's too fantastic. You wouldn't believe it.
Try me.
I was in Guanajuato, the place I told you about.
Yes?
I'm young, I'm handsome, I'm everything a young prince should be. That's why my name is Gold Eagle. I soar above the crowd.
Well, that's a happy situation.
No, it isn't, because I'm fated to be captured by the Aztecs and sacrificed to the great god Tezcatlipoca.
At least that's a figment of your imagination.
How do I know so much about the mysterious past of a strange, unfamiliar country?
Well, there's a rational explanation.
Yes, what is it?
I don't know.
Well, then how can you say it?
The fact that I can't come up with an explanation right now doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, does it?
Doctor.
Yes?
Look outside your window. What do you see?
It's raining. Oh, but that's impossible. We never get rain this time of year.
And I'll tell you something else. It'll rain for as long as I'm here. The sun god is angry.
Well, he gets in deeper and deeper, doesn't he? For a man who's never been in this part of the world before, he seems to know quite a bit about its past. But hold on. Who says he's never been here before? We only have his word for it. But how does he know? I'll return shortly with Act 3.
Now, one of television's and motion picture's most popular stars, speaking from Hollywood, on the set for Your United Way.
This is Greg Morris. I think the thing that impressed me the most is the fact that we are getting mileage out of the dollars that we contribute to United Way. People are receiving professional care through United Way, which is the most economical way to give. You see, when you combine all of these agencies into one campaign, more of the dollars that you give actually go to the people who really need the money. Now, that makes no difference who you are, what color your skin is, what country your father came from. It's for all people. In our town, United Way is there when you need them. None of us is immune to the problems of alcoholism, mental health, kids mixed up with dope, crippled babies. So give your fair share. Thanks to you, it's working. The United way.
We make saving easy for you.
Many customers tell us at Richardson Savings they like to do business on Saturdays. So we keep our Valley View Shopping Center office open every Saturday, 9 till 6. No matter which of our 7 convenient offices you normally use, you can make savings deposits and withdrawals, apply for loans or cash checks on Saturdays at Richardson Savings Valley View Mall office. We're near the Preston Road entrance, making savings easier for you.
Suddenly, there are visions of a past, a splendid but barbaric past. Why should a young American, with no real interest in anything else except a career and the normal things young men are concerned with, why should he suddenly see himself as a tragic Indian prince, a designated victim of an Aztec sacrifice? Why? Well, it's always easier to ask a question than to answer it, no?
I know myself, Doctor. I know that I'm not the kind of a person who gets delusions.
Actually, Mr. Barlow, you are.
Doctor, it's raining. I'm a very down-to-earth guy who knows...
People like you are the ones who crack up first.
What do you mean, crack up?
Crack up, break down, it all comes to the same thing.
But I'm perfectly...
Yes? Perfectly what? Now, come now, Mr. Barlow. What's this nonsense about being in disfavor with the sun god and thereby causing rain?
The fact is, I am in disfavor with the sun god.
Let's hear those facts.
Now, I know why. You see, the Aztecs did attack Guanajuato. One night, when we were sleeping peacefully, they descended upon the city. I was taken prisoner.
What are you telling me?
I remember now. Prisoner. But I wasn't beaten. I wasn't tortured. I was treated like a prince. And I was taken to the high priest of the Aztecs.
Welcome, Gold Eagle.
You know my name.
Your name is known throughout Mexico. Will you give me your blessing?
What?
May I have your blessing?
My blessing? I'm your prisoner.
No, not a prisoner, Gold Eagle, but a guest. An honored guest. A divine guest.
Me?
Surely, Gold Eagle, you must know the prophecy. You are the earthly body of Tezcatlipoca.
No. Oh, no.
And this year you shall dwell among us to guide us, advise us, even rule us.
I don't understand.
Why not? You have his heart.
But
And at the end of the stated year, as it is commanded, you shall return his heart to him.
Holy One, you must listen. I am not worthy
You
of
are modest, which is good.
But suppose I refuse?
How can you refuse? Why should you refuse? We only live because the mighty sun god gives us his blood. Is it unreasonable to give him a few drops of ours in return?
But suppose I still refuse?
Then live your life, whatever shall be left of it, as a slave in the mines, shunned and despised.
Yes? Go on, Mr. Barlow.
And in the end, I agreed. I agreed to live as a hero. I was adored by an entire nation. Well, what's the point? You don't believe a word of it.
Do you?
If it didn't happen, where is it coming from?
Well, as I say, there has to be a rational explanation.
Let me ask you something. This old religion, does it still exist?
I don't have any hard evidence one way or another. But
what?
No religion ever dies out completely, especially one that had such a powerful hold over so many people.
Then what you're saying is that there still could be some of this sun worship around here today.
A form of it, perhaps. Blended with the religions that came after it. Adapted to more modern times, of course.
Then there could be priests of this religion who
what?
Who could be working on my mind somehow.
Tell me how.
I don't know how. Hypnotism, this whole thing about transfer of thoughts, you know, ESP.
Oh, granted for the sake of argument, but how would they know about you? You, Peter Barlow.
I don't know. And it seems to me that I came here for answers, not for questions. Thank you for picking me up, Irina.
My father wants you to come back to the house. He believes you should do nothing. Just rest.
I hate to impose.
Oh, it's nothing. It makes him very happy. But I will say something else.
Yes?
I will say you must not come back.
No?
No. Please, let me drive you to the airport.
The airport? But why?
You must get board a plane at once.
What is it, Irina?
Leave this country.
Why? Why do you say that?
Because I love you.
You what?
I love you.
But we only met yesterday.
No, I have always loved you.
Always? What do you mean by always?
My name is Soft Cloud.
Soft Cloud? How would you know the name?
I was given to you as a gift.
The gift?
That year of splendor. You could choose among all the princesses of Mexico for your consort. You chose me. You remember?
I'm going crazy.
None of this is a dream. Gold Eagle.
Gold Eagle? You even know that?
I have lived through it also. When the year ended, I couldn't bear to give you up. Give you up to the knife of black glass and the sacrifice, so I persuaded you to refuse.
I remember. I went into the mines.
And I went with you.
And it wasn't long before I was no longer handsome, and you were no longer beautiful.
I remember. And
I died very soon after. I was very young, I remember.
Yes.
What am I saying I remember for? I don't remember any of it. This is just some funny fantasy running through my brain. That's it. It's a fantasy, a hallucination.
No.
My name is Peter.
No. Once again, I ask you to refuse the knife.
What knife?
The sharp, black knife of glass that will enable your heart to be offered to the sun god.
Who's going to do that?
The high priest of the Aztec.
Well, that stuff died out hundreds of years ago.
Let us go to the airport. Peter, please. This time there are no mines, no slaves. We can live happily, perhaps this time.
I tell you what we should do. We should turn around and take you back to the doctor.
If you stay here, you'll die. Come in. I'll turn on the light.
What's in here?
Look.
It's
the chamber of the high priest himself. See? Here are the ceremonial headdresses, the robes, the ornaments of gold, and there...
I see.
...is the knife, the sharp and pointed knife of black glass.
To whom do these things belong?
I told you, Peter, to the high priest.
You talk of him as if he's still alive.
Still alive and very much alive. He's my father.
Your father? I don't believe any of this.
Peter, if you stay here, you'll die.
I can protect myself.
You will die willingly.
Oh, no, never.
It will seem right. You will become anxious to die. Please, Peter.
Peter. Interesting place, no?
Yes, sir.
It is my private museum. As you can see, so many of the artifacts of a forgotten civilization.
Forgotten?
Well, let us say past.
I quite frankly don't know what's happened to me. Actually, since I came to this country, I'm not even sure who I am. Sometimes I...
How many people really know who they are?
Your daughter tells me that my life is in danger.
Danger?
Yes, that I'll die if I stay here. What do you say to that?
That depends on what you mean by die.
Look, I was sent here to examine an estate you have for sale. May I see it now?
Are you well enough?
I'm fine, just fine. Somehow I got mixed up with some superstitious nonsense, but I can shut that out of my mind. Let's go.
As you wish.
Now, as I understand it, the estate is well over 1,000 acres.
Yes.
It has a lake.
Yes.
And that means a golf course could be...
Irina, my dear.
Yes, Father.
Stop here, please.
Why, Father?
Why? Isn't it obvious?
Father, no.
Where did we stop?
Look. Over there. To your left.
It's the temple.
I still don't know why we stopped.
To complete your bargain with the sun god.
Bargain? What bargain?
To pay your debt.
You're crazy.
Or am I? Come. Put on this white robe, this pure white robe, and we shall mount these steps to the sacred chamber.
Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him, Gold Eagle.
Gold Eagle?
Yes, my son. You are Gold Eagle, and she is Soft Cloud, and I am the High Priest. And the three of us have been here before, and all of us have played our roles before. Come. Follow me. I am waiting.
Don't go. Don't go.
This is what she must say to you. She represents the flesh, the present, the here, the now. She is the temptation of the world. She is being true to her mission. She has convinced you in the past, so many times in the past.
What do you mean, so many times?
The first time, when I was the Aztec High Priest, and you were the golden captive of the Quanahuac. There have been other times since then. Do you remember?
No.
Tezcatlipoca waits. He has given you his blood, his heart. He waits for you to return. He waits through all your lifetime.
No!
Soft Cloud. Irina. I love you, but I'm tired of escaping. I want to go back.
No.
Back where I belong, back to Tezcatlipoca.
Come with me.
Come with me, my son. Put on your white robe.
Gold Eagle.
Remember the first time, Soft Cloud. We came by boat, and the people followed us along the shore. And there was singing and cheering. For me, Tezcatlipoca. For me, the sun god. I was to return to my place in the sky.
Peter, please.
See the clouds? I must return.
My son, let us walk up the steps together to the sacred chamber.
Do you have the knife of black glass?
It is in my robe.
I give it my blessing.
The sun is starting to break through the clouds.
Very soon now. I shall be back in the sky. Priest, let us go forward. Priest, I have had a strange vision. I dreamed I had refused to be sacrificed.
You, Gold Eagle? Impossible.
I dreamed I was born again. In the future.
Indeed. A dream?
The future is a place of many wonders. And I had believed that the sun god no longer ruled. And then one day, he called to me.
Have you ever doubted the sun god?
Never.
We are here, Gold Eagle.
Be quick, priest. Be quick.
there's no such person here.
Is this the home of Senor Mendoza?
Yes, I'm his daughter, Irina.
Well, a couple of weeks ago, I sent him to see your father's estate.
I know nothing about that.
I called him there the day after he arrived. I spoke with him.
That's impossible, Senor. My father and I have been in Europe. We only returned home last evening.
But I made arrangements with Senor Mendoza for Mr. Barlow to see the estate.
I'm sorry, Senor. You must be mistaken.
Peter Barlow disappeared. He was never seen or even heard of again. And we really don't know what happened. Maybe the old religion survives. Or maybe Peter may have looked at Trina in a way that old man Mendoza didn't like. What's positive is the fact that this is a world of endless possibilities. The only sure thing is that I shall be back shortly.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. But give your cold to contact. The sooner the better.
A common cold is a rotten thing. You miss so much. Sneezing, drips, and congestion can drag you down. Then ask yourself the contact question. 6 or 3 or 1. You'd need 6 cold tablets, 2 every 4 hours, or 3 ounces of Cold's liquid, 1 every 4 hours, or just 1 contact for up to 12 hours continuous relief of those symptoms. That's daytime, then nighttime relief. Both the others have things for aches and fever, and the liquid, something for coughs. Not found in Contact 600 Tiny Type pills.
Give your cold to contact.
6 or 3 or 1. Take Contact. Only as directed.
They were another people, those who lived in the past. They were powered by other drives, other forces. They were people of faith, people of vision. Everything they built was for the glory of their gods. They will be remembered for their magnificent temples and their enduring belief. And what shall we be remembered for? Our cast included John Forsythe, Rita Gam, Arnold Moss, and Barry Kroger. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Now, a preview of our next tale.
What do you want? I want things as they are right now. I don't know what that means. I want you to keep living in fear, filled with fright, worrying, wondering what I'm going to do about you. That's all you want? It's enough. Why? What did I ever do to you? What did you ever do to me? Oh, how dare you ask that? I ask because I don't know. You killed the man I loved. The man you loved? You killed Scott Partridge. He didn't even know you were alive. Does that matter? Can you live without the sun? Does the sun know you're alive? You loved Scott? Love? Oh, what a weak, fragile word. I adored him. I worshipped him. And you killed him.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.